Still won't let me in.
Welcome to the meeting of Brighton and Hove City Council. I would like to inform those present that this meeting is being webcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. I would ask that members who are able to please stand when speaking in accordance with council procedure rules, as this makes it easier to be heard. Can I remind everyone that the use of mobile communication devices in the chamber is allowed as long as they remain in silent mode. Anyone present is able to film, photograph or take sound recordings of today's meeting, provided it is done in a way that does not interfere with the proceedings and that flash photography is not used. Councillors must be able to speak and make themselves heard on behalf of those they represent. I will not permit behaviour that disrupts the business of the council, and I will adjourn and request the removal of any attendee who interrupts the proceedings or acts in a way that impacts the proper and orderly conduct of the meeting. I ask that all attendees respect these arrangements to ensure that council meetings proceed safely, efficiently and in public for the benefit of everyone participating. I would also like once again to request that all councillors are respectful of each other today. When a member is speaking, no other councillor should speak. Personal comments should not be made. Any points of order must relate to an alleged breach of a specific legal rule or council procedural rule. All contributions to the meeting should be directed to me as chair of the meeting. Thank you. A refreshment break is scheduled for approximately 4:30 to 5 p.m, although this may alter slightly depending on how the meeting is proceeding and the view of the Mayor. I would like to ask Councillor Davis, as the leader of the Green Group, to introduce new Green Group member, Councillor Nadia Barton Ahmed, to the Council.
Thank you, Mayor Fowler. And as I'm the first person to speak to you, may I congratulate you on behalf of our group. It's been a long time, 7 years since you and I rolled into this chamber the first time at our ETS meeting. So congratulations, and I hope you enjoy your year. It gives me incredible pleasure and a little sense of deja vu that I hope continues for the rest of this year, to introduce the newest and youngest members of the Chamber. So please show your appreciation, but above all your respect, to the youngest new member of our Chamber for Goldsmith, Councillor Barton Ahmed.
Welcome to Brighton and Hove City Council. I hope you will find your time in office to be interesting and fulfilling, and wish you all the best in your new role. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest by councillors in any matters appearing on the agenda? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A deputation for members of the public relating to Wellington House is due to be presented today. In my role outside the council, I am employed by a supported living service charity. Some of the people we support attend Wellington House, and I therefore consider that I may have an interest arising from my employment. I have been advised that insofar there is an interest, it does not prohibit my participation in this item. Thank you.
That is noted. Thank you. I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting, as set out in the addendum, are approved as a correct record of the proceedings. Does the council agree? Good afternoon, councillors, colleagues and residents. It is a pleasure to be with you all today at my first full council meeting. Before I begin, I would like to thank everyone who has made me feel so welcome since taking on this role. To say the last 2 months have been a whirlwind would be an understatement. It has been an incredibly busy and enjoyable start to my mayoral year, filled with community visits, official engagements, celebrations and opportunities to meet the remarkable people who make our city so special. One of my first engagements as mayor was attending the Women's FA Cup final at Wembley, where I was proud to support Brighton and Hove Albion and represent our city on the national stage. It was a privilege to be there and demonstrate that the whole city stands behind our teams and celebrates their achievements. I was also honoured to unveil the commemorative blue plaque at the Seven Stars pub, marking Albion's first 125th anniversary and recognising the location where the club was founded. Alongside my civic duties, we have begun planning activities to support my chosen mayoral charities, Forward Facing and Whoopsie Daisy. I am delighted to announce that our first fundraising event will take place in mid-September at Hove and Kingsway Bowling Club, featuring an evening of music and entertainment. Details are available on the Mayor's social media channels, and I hope many of you will be able to join us. We also have a number of exciting events planned throughout the year, including a garden party and a charity walk. Over recent weeks, I have had the opportunity to meet many charities, volunteers and community organisations, including at the Brighton and Hove Soiree Rotary Club Family Community Day in Hove Park and the Charity Day held in the Royal Pavilion Gardens. Both events provided a wonderful introduction to the breadth of community activity taking place across our city. I've also been delighted to welcome a number of guests to the Mayor's Parlour, including volunteers from BHT Sussex and a local vet campaigner and author, Mark Abraham, OBE, whose first children's book, Leon's Reef, has recently been published. I later joined Mark and representatives from the Sussex Wildlife Trust to visit the Secrets Beneath the Sea exhibition on the seafront, where children and families enjoyed a reading of the book, followed by a community beach clean. It was a particular honour to host this year's Battle of Boar's Head commemoration and to include within the service the rededication of the Brighton War Memorial following the completion of the Valley Gardens restoration works. The improvements to the memorial area, including the resetting of the memorial stones, new paving and pedestrianisation, have created a more accessible and reflective space where residents can honour those who gave their lives in service. I would like to thank the Archdeacon of Brighton and Lewes and my chaplain, Father Tom Holbert, for leading this important service. I was also delighted to attend Armed Forces Day at the Air Raid Shelter at Downs Junior School. The day included a tour of this remarkable site, opportunities to meet veterans and cadets, and participation in the Drumhead service. As part of the city's Armed Forces Day celebrations, we was also part of the Patcham Silver Band at Brighton Bandstand, where residents enjoyed a wonderful afternoon of traditional marching tunes and modern favourites. Earlier this month, the Civic Office team and I attended St Matthias Church in Fiveways, where Father Tom serves as vicar. As a member of the congregation, it was particularly special to introduce myself, formerly as Mayor, speak about my role both as Mayor and Ward Councillor, and reflect on the important contribution Father Tom will make to our civic life as Mayor's chaplain. We were all made to feel incredibly welcome. The diversity of events I've attended demonstrates the incredible vibrancy of our city. From opening the new paddle courts at Withdean and visiting the University of Sussex new Health and Wellbeing Centre, to attending the Withdean Carnival, leading the citizens' ceremonies, meeting the Hangleton Women's Multicultural Group and joining celebrations at Brighton Bear Weekend, every engagement has reinforced the strength and richness of our communities. I've also been privileged to attend a number of events celebrating and supporting our LGBTQIA+ communities. These have included the launch of the latest edition of C Magazine during Pride Month, as well as the summer concerts of both the Actually Gay Men's Chorus and the Rainbow Chorus. These performances were joyful, moving, and a wonderful example of the creativity and inclusivity that Brighton and Hove is known for. Most recently, I had the pleasure of attending Trans Pride, where I met organisers, volunteers, charities, and community groups who work tirelessly to support our trans and non-binary communities. It was a fantastic day of celebration, visibility, and solidarity, and I'm extremely grateful for the warm welcome I received. I am very much looking forward to joining the city's Pride celebrations next month and seeing Brighton and Hove at its very best. As Mayor, it has been a privilege to represent our city over these past 2 months. Everywhere I go, I am reminded of the kindness, commitment, and community spirit that defines Brighton and Hove. Finally, as we approach the summer break, I hope that everyone is able to take some well-deserved time to rest and recharge and to enjoy spending time with family and friends. Thank you. Councillor Sankey, do you or Cabinet colleagues wish to make any announcements? You have up to 10 minutes in total.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, and I do want to take this opportunity. Madam Mayor and my fellow councillors, since we last met, Brighton and Hove has continued to strengthen its position regionally and nationally. We've launched the Sussex and Brighton Strategic Authority, unlocking £1.4 billion over 30 years, bringing to life our Labour Group's vision for our city and our wider region. I'm honoured to have been elected as its first chair, and next week at our third formal meeting, it's proposed that I will be the lead member for housing and spatial development, while my colleague, Councillor Taylor, will be the lead member for finance and investment. This is a game changer for our city and region. And today I'm really pleased that we, at this full council meeting, will be making appointments to the audit and scrutiny committees of that new authority. And in this week in which the former Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, has become our Prime Minister and made... You can clap that, Labour colleagues. And made a passionate case for devolution being at the centre of our party's vision for social justice, I'm proud that through the leadership of this group on this issue, Brighton and Hove is now perfectly positioned to reap the rewards of greater devolution. The new Number 10 North office is going to provide leadership on local and regional growth, and with more funding and powers coming our way, we will now be able to start making the investment decisions to grow our local economy, create good jobs, end the crisis in youth unemployment, build more affordable homes, and sort out our transport connectivity. And we are already moving at pace, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to announce today that our bid for funds to undertake a feasibility study on bus franchising has been successful. The government is passporting even more money than we asked for, over £500,000, to our new strategic authority to look at proposals for bus franchising across Sussex and Brighton. It has been a good week for buses, Madam Mayor, and everybody that uses them. The £2 bus cap announcement by our new Labour government is excellent news for this city, where so many of us take the bus to get to work, to school, to college, health appointments, or to see family and friends. We have been working hard to keep bus fares as low as we can within our existing enhanced partnership system, recently launching a £1 bus fare for residents in Whitehawk, and from this September offering free bus travel for our care leavers between 18 and 25, 18 and 25, But this additional pledge from government, which will start in January next year, is hugely, hugely welcome. It's going to make a huge difference to residents in this city. Our new government has also today promised to slash business rates for our hospitality sector by 20%, and I'm lobbying the government to include mixed venues such as Revenge in the city, which offer live music along with club nights and other entertainment, to be included in the current and future criteria for this relief. This announcement is so critical to our city, Madam Mayor, where 24,000 people are employed in the hospitality sector. Today's announcement is also hot on the heels of the government's move to scrap VAT on electricity bills, which was made on Tuesday this week, representing an over £5 million investment and saving to households in this city. And it's this kind of policy making that will also support our transition to clean energy. We also welcome the decision to scrap digital ID, which was never in our manifesto. Like our government, Madam Mayor, we are relentlessly focused on tackling the cost of living, which is why last month, building on a previous Labour group notice of motion, we have provided new pilot funding to Pelican Parcels for their vital work in providing critical supplies to families with newborn babies. We continue to escalate our council home buyback programme, as well as building new council and affordable homes right across the city, from Mulscombe to Sackville Road to Portslade. Our Labour government's Renters' Rights Act is now in force, preventing no-fault evictions, preventing disproportionate rent increases and bidding wars. This is the biggest step change in tenant rights in a generation, and nowhere is it more needed than in this city, where around a third of our residents rent. And our Labour group's landlord licensing scheme has generated positive results in the wards where it currently exists: Kemp Town, Mulscombe and Bevonsey, Queen's Park, Whitehawk and Marina, which is why from October this year we will be rolling out landlord licensing in Central Hove and in Regency, bringing even more much needed support to renters to demand adequate standards in their homes. Where other groups in this chamber prevaricated, Madam Mayor, and delayed, we took action, and we have got results for working people. And in a further big generational-like change, we have successfully persuaded our government that as well as getting better, Brighton and Hove should get bigger as well. In one of the biggest changes to our boundary in living memory, the government has decided that our boundary should merge with East Saltdean, Telscombe and Peacehaven. I am delighted with this decision, which supports our evidence on how, in reality, people in those communities travel in and out of the city for work, for leisure, to attend school, college, healthcare appointments, see family and friends, and so on. The Centre for Cities has said that we are one of the most underbounded cities in the country, and our Labour group has been clear that we need to put this right to unlock growth, good jobs, better living standards and transport connectivity. I'll be reassuring residents in the areas that we are due to merge with that we will always respect their unique identities, just as we do already with communities that are already part of our city, from Rottingdean to Portslade. In order to give effect to this change, we'll be establishing a shadow authority for the new footprint, with elections taking place next May. Current councillor terms will be extended for a year to facilitate this transition, and the new authority will go live on the 1st of April 2028. Madam Mayor, we have also been working hard to ensure that this is always a city that we can be proud of here in Brighton and Hove, with a new world-leading seafront prospectus that was published just a few months ago. We've been restoring our heritage lanterns, rolling out deep cleans, making over £1 million further investment into our waste and recycling services. And we've also continued our work to be a more inclusive city. We launched our new civic leadership programme in conjunction with Operation Black Vote, creating new pathways into civic leadership in roles such as magistracy, school governorships for underrepresented communities. There are over 30 places available at no cost to successful applicants, and I would encourage anybody who is curious to apply. We brought forward a new SEND sufficiency plan, helping expand local support for children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities. And we were proud to receive renewed Council of Sanctuary status, recognising our commitment to welcoming and supporting people seeking safety and refuge. Last weekend, we hosted Transpride, the largest Transpride protest in Europe. And we have rededicated our Boar's Head Memorial in a moving ceremony to mark the 110th anniversary of the day that Sussex died. There has been so much positive feedback on the New Look Memorial as part of Valley Gardens 3 and the centrepiece, pedestrian access and views of the pavilion that we have created. Madam Mayor, since we last met, our city saw off far-right agitators that came from outside of this city to stir up division. We worked hard with our One Voice partnership to support minority communities in advance of this planned march, and I made sure that our city's anti-racist values were communicated clearly. Following the announcement of another planned march, originally set for the 8th of August, I wrote to Sussex Police to stress the impact of racist campaigning, and I am pleased that the organisers have now withdrawn. Madam Mayor, we've been putting our values into action, whether it is our new unpaid carers strategy, whether it's launching our inequality review, whether it's the progress we've made on pay equity for staff here at the council. And Madam Mayor, since we last met, we have also experienced stark heat waves that remind us of the importance of our work on decarbonisation and climate adaptation. I will be pushing for the Sussex Energy work that we established when we chaired the Greater Brighton Economic Board to be made part of our new strategic authority. We've taken a major leap forward in the last few months with our work on solar across Sussex, and our goal is to reach energy independence in our county by 2040. Turning to today's agenda, I'm pleased to see the Coldene Neighbourhood Plan, which I know has come about after a huge amount of work from the local community in Coldene, the appointment of two new independent persons under the Localism Act, the review of political balance following the recent Goldsmith by-election, and the appointments, as I mentioned, that we are making to the Strategic Authority for their Audit and Governance Committee and their Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I'm also pleased to see the review of the Council's constitution, making good on our pledge to be a responsive council and reducing the deadline for public questions from 8 working days to 4. This will allow residents to submit questions after the agenda has been published, and it will strengthen democracy in our city, public participation and council decision making. Finally, on our Youth Justice Action Plan, I'm pleased to see this coming forward, building on our work to reduce first-time entrance to the youth justice system. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will finish there.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey, for keeping to time. I will now move to petitions received as detailed in Addendum 1. I have been notified of 5 ordinary petitions to be presented today, and the petitioners will have up to 3 minutes in which to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. The petition will then be responded to by the relevant Cabinet member. So the first petition on complementary visitor parking permits for residents in controlled parking zones, and I've been informed that the lead petitioner is not present. As there is no petitioner present, I will move directly to the next petition. So the second petition is North Hollingdean Residents Parking Scheme, urgent consultation. I've also been notified that the lead petitioner is not present, and as there's no petitioner, I will move directly. Oh, you are here.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I'm representing the lead petitioner.
Okay. Justin, would you like to?
I'd like to answer.
Right, because this is what I'm told. Right, I would like to invite Justin Newland on behalf of Katie Turner to represent the petition. You have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you, councillors, members of the Chamber. The petition is to request a consultation for parking scheme in North Hollingdean. At the beginning of this year, a similar parking scheme went live in South Hollingdean, and that has had a knock-on effect to the residents in North Hollingdean, who have seen significant increases in non-resident parking on local roads, which has also led to dangerous driving, increase in traffic, dangerous parking. It's caused sort of lots of safety issues for young children trying to get to school. We've had lots of inconsiderate parking since the scheme was introduced. We've got drivers driving around looking for spaces constantly, and it's made the streets very kind of a lot safe and a lot more dangerous, particularly for children. It also has a knock-on effect where residents are not able to park near their properties. So if you are an elderly resident or a young family, that has knock-on effects where it's difficult to get in and out of and to access your property. Essentially, we would like an opportunity to re-canvass residents in North Hollingdean for a residents parking scheme, because when we were originally canvassed, or when the consultation was originally opened, I think a lot of the residents from North Hollingdean voted no, but I believe now, since they've been living with the kind of knock-on effects of the permits in the South Hollingdean, they'll be able to see that we're really confident that the sentiment would have changed, and I think people would be more willing and more receptive to having the parking scheme because of those reasons that I've outlined: the increase in traffic, the dangerous driving, the inconsiderate parking, pressure on spaces, pressure on people being able to park near their properties. You mentioned about at the top of your kind of address to the Chamber, Madam Mayor, about community spirit. And we've had over 345 people sign the petition from the community, and a lot of residents have kind of gathered together to galvanise sort of opinion and to get people involved and to get their kind of responses. So we're pretty confident if we were able to have another consultation, then it would be well responded to. And, you know, whether we get the result we're looking for, I don't know, but I think it would be well worth the effort of the council to reopen the consultation for North Hollingdean.
Thank you for your petition. Councillor Mooting, would you like to respond to the petition?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Justin, for your petition. North Hollingdean residents have been consulted on the introduction of a controlled parking zone, or CPZ, on 2 previous occasions. As part of these consultations, residents were advised that if a parking scheme was introduced in South Hollingdean without a corresponding scheme in North Hollingdean, there was a possibility that parking demand and vehicle displacement could increase in the surrounding streets. Despite this, the majority of respondents in the North Hollingdean on both occasions indicated that they did not wish to see any changes to the existing parking arrangements. This was very clear, and the council respected that view. However, following the implementation of the South Hollingdean CPZ, a significant number of residents in North Hollingdean have expressed renewed concerns about parking pressures in their area. We have received this petition, supported by more than 300 plus residents, requesting a further consultation on parking controls. Whilst it's not normally the council's practice to consult the same areas 3 times within a relatively short period, we recognise the strength of feeling demonstrated through this petition and changing circumstances experienced by residents since the introduction of neighbouring CPZ. In light of this level of engagement, we believe it is appropriate to give residents another opportunity to have their views heard. I can therefore confirm that a further consultation for North Hollingdean will be undertaken later this summer. This consultation will enable all residents and businesses within the area to consider the current situation and provide their views on whether parking controls should be introduced. As with previous consultations, any further decision will be informed by the results of the consultation, ensuring that the views of the local community remain at the heart of the process. This council remains committed to listening to residents and responding to where there is a clear evidence that circumstances have changed or there is significant community interest in revisiting a previous decision. I do not anticipate any further consultation concerning this matter beyond this, and the outcome from this third consultation will be final.
Yes.
It is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. I move that the petition be noted. Does the council agree? So the third petition is Madeira Drive, parking charges. The lead petitioner, Heidi Mitchell, has confirmed that they will not be attending the meeting. As there is no petitioner present, I will move directly to the next petition. The fourth petition is Keep East Brighton Seafront accessible for all. The lead petitioner, Katie Mintram, has confirmed that they will not be attending the meeting. As there is no petitioner present, I will move directly to the next petition. The fifth petition is Green Area adjacent to Woodendene Lawn Memorial. I would like to invite John Amos to present the petition. You have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Yes. Let's just use mine.
Thank you.
I'll come back.
Chair, I'm honoured to present this petition on behalf of the 723 residents of Woodendene who are asking the council to remove the land adjacent to the Lawn Memorial Cemetery from the East Sussex Nature Recovery Strategy. Let me be absolutely clear from the outset. This petition is not an objection to the Nature Recovery Strategy itself. The residents of Woodendene support protecting nature and increasing biodiversity. Our objection is the choice of this particular site. The Lawn Memorial Cemetery is a place of remembrance, reflection and dignity. It is where generations of Woodendene families have chosen to lay their loved ones to rest. When they made the decision, they did it so believing the setting would remain one of respectful and accessible remembrance. They could never have imagined that the land immediately in front of the cemetery would become the focus for a political project without meaningful engagement with the community it serves. We are deeply concerned by the way that this proposal has been brought forward. There was an alleged public consultation in November 2025, yet many local residents were completely unaware that it had even taken place. Likewise, an online petition was used to suggest local support, despite excluding many residents who do not use online platforms. This cannot be regarded as a representative community engagement. This is also includes the families that have loved ones that are no longer in Woodendene. This petition is different. Every signature has been collected from residents all over Woodendene. It contains more signatures than earlier online petitions and represents genuine views of the local community. Those views are clear. This is the wrong location for a wild meadow. Residents are also concerned about accessibility. Many visitors, particularly older people and those with disabilities, are no longer able to walk through the cemetery and instead pay their respects by viewing the memorial lawn from the roadside. Allowing the area immediately in front of the cemetery to become unmanaged meadow would make that increasingly difficult. This would be in the council's interest and would surely align with its aims and goals. At the same time, families have already seen standards of maintenance within the Lawn Memorial Cemetery decline. Many have spoken of struggling to locate their memorial plots because they have become overgrown with grass and weeds. Before changing the character of the surrounding land, the council should first ensure the cemetery itself is maintained to the standard that bereaved families rightly expect. The people of Woodingdean feel they have not been properly listened to. They do not oppose nature recovery. They simply ask the council finds a more appropriate site and shows...
John, thank you. Your time has come to an end. Thank you. Councillor Robbins, would you like to respond to the petition? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If it's okay, I'll respond to this. Thank you, John, for bringing the petition. I know this location pretty well, and I agree it is certainly more than just a patch of grass. The views are amazing, and of course, as you say, the poignance of its location near the cemetery can't be ignored. I think where we perhaps don't quite agree is that the peaceful enjoyment of residents and the management of the site to support nature are mutually exclusive. And I do want to stress the word management of the site. So I think sometimes it's easy to think that a site that's being looked after for nature is just left to it, and that's not what is being proposed here, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. So the site is large enough to ensure that parts of it can be retained for the kinds of public enjoyment you describe. I do just want to pick up and acknowledge your points, though, on how such sites have been managed in the past and elsewhere, and hopefully provide some reassurance. First, the wild short grasslands of the South Downs are, in my view, at their best when they are grazed. When I say at their best, I mean both in terms of biodiversity and in aesthetic terms. But when these grasslands are grazed, two things happen. The first is that growth is kept under control, and the second is that only limited nutrients are put back into the soil, unlike when grass is mown and left to decompose, which is what happens in many locations at the moment. So the combination of those two things means that no species becomes dominant enough to grow to a significant height, obstructing views and creating the sort of impression that it's not managed, and also allowing a wide range of species to become established. The good news is that we've recently secured funding for a tractor-mounted cut and collect mower, which will enable us to maintain these sites in a much better way, in effect replicating the grazing that was seen on the wider landscape. Now, I note the public engagement conducted by ward councillors and the Woodingdean Wilderness Group in 2025 and the very strong support demonstrated for that project. Obviously, I take the point that that's one group of people responded to that and there's others who have responded to other things. But I suppose just to say that the support demonstrated in that engagement, I think, is no doubt underpinned by the grave concern that many of us have regarding the collapse of the natural world and the clear need to reverse this decline. And that's obviously something that the local nature recovery strategy across Sussex seeks to reverse. But also the desire, I think, to bring nature closer to our communities. You describe in your petition this as being a place for ongoing serenity and community gathering. I believe that this will not only still be the case, but possibly even more so with a greater and closer presence of the nature for which the Sussex landscape is so well known. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Oaken. I move that the petition be noted. Does the council agree? No, thank you for coming. I will now move to written questions received from members of the public, as detailed in the addendum for this meeting, which has been circulated. I would like to just remind members to be brief when they're answering them, please. Thank you. I would like to welcome Mark Hull. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hello, councillors. My question is about the sport of paddle. The government says it exists to make the country fairer, reduce poverty, and help improve lives, and that it is committed to cutting the cost of living to people and families. We all know that sport promotes positive mental and physical health, reduces isolation, and improves social health. Brighton Hove City Council has contracted Game for Paddle to operate paddle in our city. Game for Paddle is a private company with many wealthy shareholders who, by the way, I don't believe reside in our city. To play paddle at Hove Park, a court can cost up to £32 and with Dean up to £48. Compare this to hiring a tennis court for £9. These prices are unaffordable for a great many people in our city. So how does this contract align to the administration's commitments to making the country fairer, improving lives and reducing the cost of living?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Robbins to reply. Oh, Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your question. I'm responding on behalf of Councillor Robbins, who is the portfolio holder. We agree that access to sport and physical activity should not be determined by someone's income. Sport plays a vital role in improving physical and mental health, reducing isolation and bringing communities together. And as a Labour administration, we want as many residents as possible to benefit from those opportunities. Game for Paddle has been awarded 2 separate contracts to provide paddle facilities in the city through separate tendering processes, with only the Hove Beach Park contract awarded directly by Brighton and Hove City Council. They were successful in part because they offered good value alongside significant investment in new facilities and a commitment to growing participation in the sport. The prices you referred to are at the upper end of the pricing structure. Courts can be booked from £5.25 per person at Hove Beach Park with membership. The higher prices at Dean reflect the considerable investment made by the operator in the planning, design and construction of a covered canopy, which enables year-round play and can be booked from £8.25. Since opening up with Dean, Game for Paddle has provided free taster sessions for local schools and has been working alongside our public health colleagues to explore ways of reducing financial barriers to participation. We welcome that approach and will continue to encourage initiatives such as school engagement, community sessions and other opportunities that broaden access to the sport. While the tennis courts at Dean remain generally cheaper than paddle courts, participation is our key measure of success. Despite there being twice as many tennis courts, more people have played paddle than tennis since April, reflecting the sport's growing popularity. We share your ambition of making sport more affordable and accessible. Where the council works with private operators, our expectation is that they not only provide high quality facilities, but also deliver meaningful social value for our residents. We will continue to work with Game for Paddle, as we do with all our leisure partners, to encourage affordable pricing where possible, expand opportunities for local communities, and ensure that investment in public leisure facilities help create a healthier, fairer and more active city for everyone. This Labour administration is proud of the action we've taken since May 2023 to make sport and leisure more accessible, inclusive and welcoming for everyone in Brighton.
Could I remind you that we have a lot of questions to get through? Could you please be quick? Thank you. I think you've had over 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Have you got a supplementary question? Thank you.
Yes, I have. So I'm working on the assumption that when the contract was issued, that the council did its due diligence and that there was an equalities impact assessment. So I'm wondering, through those processes, how many people in the city you determined would be financially excluded from playing paddle under the contract you agreed?
Councillor Hewitt, would you like to answer?
Thank you for your supplementary question. I'll liaise with Councillor Robbins and officers and we'll provide a written response to your supplementary question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. So I'd like to welcome Mike Sexton. Would you like to put your question? I think you're online. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much for hearing my question about the grip bin and Bays Hill Road. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for hearing my question about the grip bin in Bays Hill Road, Rossendene. Currently, the bin is near the bottom of Bays Hill. This is not ideal as the main hazard is 100 metres further up the hill, where the road bends. This area always gets slippery when icy. Vehicles brake here and pedestrians cross here. The department responsible stated, current location offers the most balanced distribution of properties along Bays Hill. This is untrue, as if the bin was sited at the bend, there'd be approximately 25 households level and above the bin and 18 below it. Please move the bin nearer the bend so you don't have to carry the grit up the road.
For your question, Councillor Newton, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for your question. We will be reviewing the winter service plan in the coming months, and this will include a review of grit bins, and we'll take into account your suggestion as part of this review process. Your input is really useful to help us find the very best locations so that the bins can be effective as possible. Winter grit bins are placed in communities for local residents to use when most needed, and feedback from residents as where best to place really does make our winter service provision better. So thank you for your proposal. We will certainly take that into consideration and very much welcome the feedback from yourselves and local communities across the city. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Well, yes, hopefully someone will tell me what the decision will be, and I hope you do move it. It's a simple move and could be cost-free, because I'm perfectly happy to move the bin myself.
Councillor Newton, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your kind offer. I would suggest for probably health and safety reasons that we did that for you. However, because if it's full of grit, it'll be very heavy. But we'll certainly recognise your enthusiasm and seriousness about this, and we will review this and come back to you with the clear answers where we can best put it. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for your question and for joining the meeting today.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome Councillor Fishley on behalf of John Parsons. Would you like to put your question, which is published in the agenda?
Yes, thank you. John's volunteering with blind veterans this afternoon and asked me to ask this question. He lives in Ovingdean next to a plot of council-owned land which has recently been identified for his disposal. A wall of his home is the boundary. He will always need access across this land to maintain his roof and windows. Will the council consider selling approximately 270 square metres to him prior to the entire plot going on the open market? He is offering £38,000.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Taylor, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Fishley, on behalf of John. Always like responding to questions on Ovingdean as the only native Ovingdeaner in the chamber. I'd also love to just say deal and get the cash here and now, but the more proper answer is, yeah, officers will absolutely consider it via agents. Reasonable proposal. They're looking at it already and aware of it. More broadly, I'm glad that John noted in his question that he's pro-housing development, as are we, but obviously housing development has to make sense in the local area. It has to make sense with adjoining properties. So we'll look at it and respond to John. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Thank you. Thank you for your question. I would like to welcome Daniel Rue. Would you like to put your question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for having me. This council set out its accessible city strategy back in 2023. A specific focus of the strategy was to work closely with the disabled community in Brighton and Hove, notably through the disabled panel. Does the council believe the current approach is living up to the standards and commitments set out in the original strategy? And does it believe all the relevant voices are being heard in the city as we enter the final years of the plan?
Thank you. Councillor Alexander, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Rue, for coming with your question today. I can assure you that this Labour administration takes accessibility for our disabled residents really seriously. In fact, when we took over the administration in May 23, one of the very first things we did was to reinstate a disabled parking bay in Gardner Street in the North Lane, which the previous administration had taken away, which had left a disabled resident unable to leave her home. So the Accessible City strategy is founded on the principle of nothing about us without us, placing disabled people at the heart of its delivery. The Council remains committed to ensuring that deaf, disabled and neurodiverse residents play an essential part in shaping, monitoring and reviewing the strategy. In response to feedback and following consultation with members of the Disability Panel and the wider reference group, the Council introduced a single Accessible City Strategy Advisory Group, which brings together strategic insight, lived experience and community expertise. The advisory group is independently chaired by community organisations and is designed to ensure ongoing involvement, challenge and scrutiny. Its terms of reference specifically recognise and promote the voices of deaf people, people with sensory impairments, neurodivergent people, people with mental health conditions, people with learning disabilities and those living with long-term health conditions. They also include a commitment to regularly review the group structure to ensure no community is left out. This approach reflects the original commitments of the strategy and provides a strong platform for inclusive engagement. We remain committed to acting on feedback, explaining decisions and continually reviewing arrangements to ensure that a broad range of disabled voices are presented, heard and valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your comments. And yeah, I note your comment about Garden Street. The basis of my question was actually after speaking with a friend and neighbour in the North Lane area who had a similar situation right now where they struggle to get out of their homes because of the parking. So perhaps that's something we could connect with after to talk about and see how we can support them.
Yes, please do get in contact with me and we'll look into the issue because I haven't been aware of this before now, so thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'd like to welcome Laura King. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for the Finance Lead, Council Deputy Leader Jacob Taylor. Under the BHCC Interim Chief Financial Officer John Hooton, the cost for the King Alfred redevelopment project rose sharply from 47 million to 65 million in September 2025. Under a new permanent CFO officer, Elizabeth Griffiths, now she's been appointed, is Ms Griffiths instigating an urgent and independent review of budget and costs for this project?
Councillor Taylor, would you like
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Laura, for your important question. So all projects are subject to business cases, and in particular, very large projects like this one. They're also subject to business case reviews, which is really important because obviously things change in the overall construction environment, the borrowing environment, etc. And this one is no different, and I can confirm that the business case is currently being reviewed.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do. Given that the proposed King Alfred Sports Hub will be built on council...
Excuse me, your mic.
Okay. Given that the proposed King Alfred Sports Hub would be built on council-owned land, yet is estimated to cost 65 million, around 3 times the cost of a comparable new Alliance Leisure facility, despite being identified by the council as a high-risk project, and with the final price acknowledged as potentially higher, how can the council demonstrate that borrowing the necessary funds represents best value for public benefit, is affordable to repay, and will not become another financial disaster even larger than the I-360?
Well, look, I think the first thing to say is building big projects, building big infrastructure costs money. And we acknowledge that. And it is a large amount of money. Of course it is. When we compare it to the I-360, I think it's a very interesting comparison because on this side of the chamber, we take very seriously our responsibilities on public money and when we're investing it. And the things that we're thinking about investing money in is big housing schemes to tackle the housing crisis and leisure facilities that the public want and need, not big towers in the sky that go nowhere. So we're pretty happy with the overall approach. That said, as I said, we have to keep looking at the business case as it develops. Overall, my sense is that the city want a top-class leisure facility. That's what we want, and that's what we're getting on with. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I would like to thank you for coming. I would like to welcome Chris Davis. Would you like to put your... Is Chris Davis here? Oh,
I'm
you're
here,
online.
yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah,
Would you like to
hi.
put your question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Yes, my question is about the Circular Economy Action Plan for 2026 through to 2035, and specifically the inclusion of Brighton AI as a delivery partner within this plan. So my question is that given what is now widely known about the range of environmental impacts from developing and using AI, including with regard to water and energy usage, for example, how was the decision made to include Brighton AI as a delivery partner within the plan? And is the council able to supply any evidence as to how Brighton AI as a group will be able to support advancing circular economy practices?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Rokins to reply.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Chris, for the question. The Circular Economy Route Map and Action Plan recognises that innovation will be essential to accelerating the transition to a more circular, sustainable and resilient economy. And for this reason, it identifies a broad range of partners and sectors that can contribute knowledge, expertise and innovation, including businesses, universities, community organisations, and yes, the city's digital and technology sector. The route map specifically highlights the importance of strengthening innovation partnerships and engaging with Brighton and Hove's growing digital and tech economy to support the development of new circular business models, improve resource efficiency and reduce waste. The inclusion of organisations from the digital and tech sectors reflects this wider objective. It does not represent an endorsement of any particular technology, and nor does it alter the route map's core purpose, which is to keep materials in use for longer, reduce reliance on virgin resources, and support the city's net zero ambitions, particularly around Scope 3, incidentally, which are so often ignored. Environmental sustainability remains at the heart of this route map, and the plan is focused on reducing waste, tackling Scope 3 emissions, supporting resource efficiency, promoting economic activity that contributes to a more regenerative economy. We will continue to work with a wide range of partners where they can support the delivery of our circular economy and net zero objectives. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you very much for the response. I wondered if you could maybe speak to the process for selecting Brighton AI specifically for inclusion in this plan. Was there a kind of open process for interested organisations working within tech and innovation to come forward? Were there existing relationships in place? I appreciate some of this may not be for sort of public discussion, but if you're able to speak to kind of how you arrived at a decision, I guess, to include them within the plan, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. Thanks, Chris, for the supplementary question. Look, yeah, I mean, the process of identifying sort of partners in the delivery of the route map and action plan was really a sort of very broad one, a very broad approach of like, who have we got in the city who we think can make a contribution to this agenda. It's not an exhaustive list. I'm sure more partners will become obvious as time goes by, nor is it baked in stone. So, you know, it's intended to be, it's a very clear action plan in terms of it has very tangible sort of delivery and sort of measurable objectives as part of it, but it's not set in stone, if that makes sense. It will be something that we continue to work on over the coming years. But I'm happy to pick up any concerns that you've got specifically, and certainly to take on any suggestions that you or anyone else has in terms of other partner organisations that might help us with this agenda. So thank you again for the question, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question and for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome Tony Greenstein. Would you like to put your question?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Right, I hope councillors take this seriously because it's about the closure of the last adult learning disability centre in Brighton and Hove. My question is, parents and carers are unanimously opposed to the closure of Wellington House. However, its proponents spin it. There is a lack of evidence for safe alternatives and a failure to model future demand. It is also abundantly clear that the alternatives on offer, such as Ambito and Grace Air Foundation, do not have the capacity to admit more clients. This proposal is driven by financial, not service imperatives. The goal of a £400,000 saving is likely to prove illusory, and the service for adults with learning disabilities may end up being more expensive. What is extremely clear is that the Council's alternative providers are more of a hope and a prayer. Voluntary private sector organisations are notorious for folding. It is essential that in a city the size of Brighton and Hove that the Council has at least one drop-in centre of its own. When the Belgrave Centre was closed a decade ago, we were promised that Wellington House would be a permanent alternative. That promise has, or is in the process of, being broken. In the event of a failure of the alternative providers, the Council will be left with no fallback position and will in the end find itself paying out more. I realise that some councillors in the majority group are enamoured of market solutions, but when it comes to providing care for the most vulnerable, they are also the least satisfactory options. We know that Councillor Mitchell...
Can you get to your question, please?
I was told to read the whole question as submitted. There's only 2 paragraphs left. We know that Councillor Mitchell Alexander is enthusiastic about her proposals, but she will not be on the Council long enough to see the disaster that this proposal will turn out to be. And my question is, well, it's true. Will the Cabinet and Councillor Alexander agree to abide by the views of parent carers in the consultation? That is my question.
Councillor Alexander, would you like to respond?
Can I start by saying that, yes, there has been the closure of some council-run services for adults with learning disabilities over the years, but none of the independent organisations that run day opportunities for adults with learning disabilities have closed down. So before I answer your specific question, I want to begin by recognising the emotions attached to the proposals for all those who are connected to Wellington House, especially those who attend and their parents, families and carers. I fully understand that the proposal has caused some anxiety and uncertainty, particularly for families who value the relationships, routines and support that have developed over the years. No final decision has yet been made on the future of Wellington House. For 12 weeks, the Council has carried out a consultation with people who use the service, their families and carers, staff, advocacy organisations, the Parent and Carers Council, the Learning Disability Partnership Board and day opportunity providers. The purpose of that consultation is to ensure that Cabinet has a clear understanding of the views, concerns, risks, alternative proposals and equality impacts before any decision is taken. We have heard the concerns raised about the capacity, suitability and sustainability of alternative provision. These concerns will be reflected in the report to Cabinet. There are currently a number of other providers operating in the city, and following a recent commissioning exercise, we will also see some new providers operating in our city in the very near future. If a closure is agreed, then Cabinet will expect that transition to alternative providers would be planned on the needs and preferences of the individual based on updated assessments of their needs, and that those needs are safely and effectively met through the appropriate provision for each individual. This includes considering continuation of care, relationships, transport, personal care, accessibility, specialist support, and the importance of respite for family carers. So in answer to your specific question, I know that the views of parent carers where their adult children live at home are that they would prefer for Wellington House to stay open. These views will not be the sole information that forms the decision by Cabinet. Cabinet will consider all the evidence before it, the views of parent carers, the people who use the service, staff, advocates, providers, officers' advice, equality impacts, financial information, and any alternative proposals that were submitted through the consultation. The views of parent carers are extremely important and will be given proper weight, and Cabinet will make its decision based on the full range of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, yes. I asked a very simple question, whether you would abide by the views of those who are most aware and most expert in the needs of adults with learning disabilities. I take it that the answer is no. You said that no voluntary providers have closed. Sussex Autistic, well, I do, yes. Sussex Autistic Centre was one which did close in the recent past, so that is simply wrong. You said in the Argus on the 2nd of March, it's not just about making a saving, it's an opportunity to assess what provision people with learning disabilities and their families would like to see offered. That's like saying that the best way to make peace is to go to war. It's Orwellian in what you are saying. The fact is that your saving will be illusory.
Well, my question is that in the document, we need to
in the document section 5, market costs and benchmarking, in December 25, you said that just 2 out of the 6 providers have the skills and experience to meet the needs of the 9 people with complex needs. These are ambito and aspirations. Isn't it the case that when we see a failure to meet the needs of these people, there will be absolutely nothing that the council can do about it? Thank you.
And what you read was written in December 25. Part of the consultation, it is about talking to the other providers and asking the providers what they need to do in order to expand, because provision won't expand unless there's a reason to do so. So this has all been part of the consultation, which will all be covered in the report that's being currently written. So at the time of writing in December, then there were places only available at 2 of the providers. But things have changed since then. And as I say, part of the consultation was talking to providers, and also during the recent commissioning process, we've also attracted new providers to the city, and that will all be included in the report. So, and as I said before, Wellington, we would not make the decision to close Wellington House unless there is provision available for every single one of the 21 attendees that currently attend Wellington House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I would like to welcome Kate Sawyer online. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you. The Council's local SEND reform plan placed a strong emphasis on early identification, expert support and improving outcomes for children with SEND. Given the widely recognised lessons arising from the failures of the Tavistock Gender Identity Development Service, particularly regarding the vulnerability of autistic children experiencing gender-related distress, can the Council explain how those lessons have informed the development of its SEND reform plan, including workforce training and the experts at hand model? Thank you.
Councillor Daniel, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking that question. But I would just point out that the CAST review was a review of specific health services and health interventions which were designed specifically around trans and non-binary children. And whilst that did include consideration of the needs of autistic young people in relation to the assessment and support they needed in that context, it's not directly relevant to the delivery of SEND support in education more broadly. Having said that, clearly a lack of access to any health services or inaccessible health services will impact a child's education, whether that's around adequate mental health support that's accessible and tailored to the needs of neurodivergent children. Dentistry is a huge challenge for many neurodivergent children, and that again can impact on attendance and ability to focus in education. And where relevant, of course, gender identity support as well. We will always raise those challenges and any barriers that we observe that are impacting anyone's education, but particularly SEND education, with health partners. Another theme that we considered in the strategy, which does have some overlap with that report, is the consideration of the experiences of autistic girls in particular, who have seen their access needs and access to services overlooked historically due to their presentation. And we still, as a society, but also as a council and councils around the country, I would say, all sorts of public services are catching up on that understanding of the female autistic experience. As the parent of an autistic daughter, I do not believe I'm guilty of overlooking or missing the presentation of autism in girls. And I'm pleased that I believe that our schools, including the Hove provision, very much understand that gendered presentation and the needs, including the fact that some of the leaders in those environments are indeed women who are neurodivergent themselves. So I think that should give you some confidence there. More specifically, under our SEND reform plan, we are employing specialist teachers of autism and wider neurodivergence to support our education settings, all the way from birth, so in nursery settings, throughout, to ensure that our education is fully accessible to neurodivergent children. And those teachers are part of the Experts at Hand programme. So that's where there's a connection to that. We expect our schools to take a holistic approach to children, and whether they have a SEND need or not, to work as appropriate to ensure that young people who are trans or think they may be trans are able to access their full education safely and happily, as we would expect for all children, and for specific accommodations to be considered on a case-by-case basis, balancing a number of considerations.
Thank you. Councillor Zola.
Yes, I'm just conscious that the time has gone down and we have further people waiting to ask questions. So I'd like to propose to suspend standing orders to complete the public questions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. That's all agreed. Would you like? Have you got a supplementary question?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Many of the children affected by the well-being failures were autistic or otherwise vulnerable. The SEND reform plan places great emphasis on partnership with families and earlier identification. What has changed within the council to ensure that when parents raise safeguarding concerns about vulnerable children, those concerns are treated with professional curiosity as potential evidence requiring exploration rather than being dismissed before they have been properly examined?
Council did not run the Wellbeing TN service, nor do I see that as in any way relevant to our SEND reform plan, which is what this question is about. However, I am confident in our safeguarding governance, complaints procedures, and the external validation of our procedures. And so I hope that answers the question, even though it wasn't connected to the SEND reform plan.
I would like to thank you for your question today and for joining the meeting. I'd like to welcome Sarah Fitzgerald in person. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you. Hollingdean currently has a single bus route the number 20, which recently replaced the 50, a decision that many residents were not happy with. Comparable areas nearby, such as Preston Park and Hollingbury, have multiple routes serving them, giving residents a fallback when a service is disrupted. This is not true in Hollingdean, an area which includes neighbourhoods with some of the highest levels of deprivation in the city, where residents are unlikely to own a car. The council's own data shows that Hollingdean and Five Ways has one of the highest concentrations of young children in the city, and many families rely heavily on public transport to get around. When the council next reviews its bus service improvement plan, will it commit to reassessing the needs of single bus service communities like Hollingdean to ensure that no community in Brighton and Hove is disadvantaged by a lack of suitable public transport?
Councillor Newton, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for your question and feedback regarding bus services in Hollingdean. We agree that bus services need to provide essential connections for the Hollingdean area for communities across the city. We are passionate about improving bus services and know how vital buses can be for families, for children, for low-income households. You raise a very important point, and we're listening. Quite simply, fares are too high, especially in the cost of living crisis. We welcome yesterday's announcement by the Labour government to cap fares at £2. This is going to make a big difference. And we know that the local monopoly private operator, Brighton Hove Buses, took the commercial decision to withdraw the routes 18 and 50 to replace these with new route 20. Connecting Hollingdean and Queen's Park via the city centre. These changes took effect from the 14th of June, and there are some positives, such as a better connection to Brighton Station, and Brighton Hove Buses have advised that these changes are intended to improve reliability, support the long-term viability of services, in their view, and provide new cross-city connections. As a city council, we could not step in and cover the cost, especially at relatively short notice within this year's budget. However, we appreciate any change to the public transport network is a sensitive matter, and residents, passengers really do matter. This is why I very much welcome our successful grant application to the Labour government to review bus franchising, not just for this city, but the Sussex and Brighton Strategic Authority area. Bus franchising will give residents a greater say and enable this council and the Strategic Authority to fund less profitable routes and better service for people, for all, people for profit. So thank you for your feedback. We are listening. We do want to hear from residents how changes from the bus operators impact communities such as yours. The council will consider needs of community across the city, including areas such as Hollingdean. With greater governance options, we will seek to implement improvements so we can have a bus service that serves all communities and a bus network that will significantly help us tackle inequalities across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Just picking up on what you were saying about how bus services need to connect people. One of the things that residents asked for was a connection to Lewis Road Sainsbury's, and that has been implemented, but only in the late morning and early afternoon on weekdays. I'm wondering if it would be possible for you to do something along the lines of what you did with the 1X to increase the frequency and make it something that actually works for working families.
Councillor Newton?
Thank you for your supplementary question. Yes, we're willing to look at that in the next piece of review. The 1X, we did put some kickstart money to enable that at the beginning. This quite late notice decision by Brighton Hove Buses has meant we're not able to this financial year to step in and fund that connection. However, I do agree that's something we'd very happily look at, and very happy to look at that in the context of a different governance model as we go forward, so we can ensure that our communities are better connected and not just based on commercial reasons, but for what communities work with, so we can balance the costs within either franchise or better governance model to enable that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question and for coming to the meeting today. I would like to welcome Robert Pickup. Would you like to put your question?
Yes. On behalf of Hanover Action, Brighton and Hove has declared a climate and biodiversity emergency. And the UK government's January 2026 National Security Assessment concludes that nature loss is now a systemic threat to the UK's food, water, health, and economic security. The Council's own Climate and Nature Action Plan does not yet reflect this urgency and lacks the measurable biodiversity targets and performance indicators such a threat demands. Given the Council's duty to protect residents, will the administration commit to supporting and promoting viewings of the People's Emergency Briefing film across Brighton and Hove, especially for council officers and in Brighton and Hove schools, so that those helping deliver the plan and the generation who will be most affected by it fully understand the risks it is meant to address?
Thank you for your question. Councillor Rokins, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks very much, Robert, for the question. So, having attended the first screening of the People's Emergency Briefing here in the city myself, I can certainly attest to its powerful messaging, crucial at a time when progress is under threat from a narrative that seeks to deliberately deny the unambiguous data and evidence that we have before us, much of which is presented, as we say, so powerfully in that film. We certainly support screenings of the film, and I personally urge anyone who hasn't seen it to see it. The advice of the filmmakers is that it's only suitable for audiences of age 16 and over, but if any schools and colleges were minded to show it to appropriate cohorts, then that is certainly something we would support. It's worth pointing out that we can't require schools to show it. That is quite rightly in the gift of the schools, but we would certainly support it if any schools or colleges chose to do so. I'm looking at the possibility of an internal screening, but I do want to reassure you that as a council that has been recognised nationally with the highest possible rating for its climate leadership for the last 3 years on the trot, we do certainly fully understand the scale of the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rokins, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. Yeah, considering that councils such as Liverpool have screened the film themselves rather than just supporting screenings, would you consider exploring how we can allow that to happen in Brighton Hove, considering that we want to remain at that top level in comparison to other councils?
Yes, thanks for that. The short answer is yes, I am interested in looking at local screenings. I think, just as an aside, I suppose, something that I'm particularly interested in is how do we get the film or the core messages from the film in front of people who are least likely to voluntarily attend a screening. So I think that's always one of the dangers here, isn't it, that we do these screenings and people who already are very well interested in this policy area come to see it, and that's great. It's great to all coalesce and renew our energy in terms of what we can do. But I think getting this stuff out into the broader communities and the broader normalising it, not just as standalone climate action, but as climate action that's properly woven into all of the things that we do and across the economy, I think is where I would like us to get to. That's obviously very complicated, but I would just add that as an aside. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you for your question. I would like to welcome Marianne Jalla-Weisler in person. Would you like to put your question? Thank you.
Thank you. The new 3X service is a welcome addition to Brighton and Hove's public transport network, improving connectivity and encouraging more people to travel by bus. However, residents have raised concerns about routing the service through Trafalgar Street, given its importance within the North Lane conservation area and the constraints of the historic street. The recent collision involving a bus and a shop front has heightened concerns about pedestrian safety, businesses and property. How will the Council work with residents, Brighton and Hove buses, heritage organisations and other stakeholders to monitor the route, address any safety concerns and protect the character of this important area while ensuring the continued success of this valuable new service?
Thank you for your question. Councillor Newton, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Angela, for your question. Positive welcome for the new 3X cross-city express service and specific concerns. Firstly, our thoughts are with everyone affected by the recent incident on Trafalgar Street. We thank emergency services and Brighton Hove Buses response team for their professionalism in dealing with this situation. We take the safety of the public very seriously. Council officers have engaged with the local community and raised residents' concerns directly with Brighton Hove Buses, who operate the 3X and the 20 routes through the North Lane. We continue to work closely with the bus operator to understand the circumstances of this incident, identify any contributing factors, lessons learned, and consider safety measures. The 3X was introduced in September 2025 through the City Bus Service Improvement Plan to provide a fast, frequent cross-city connection linking community with jobs, education, healthcare, communities, and transport hubs. Whilst we recognise local concerns, reliable bus services play an important role in reducing congestion and supporting access to one of the city's busiest and most vibrant areas. We're therefore considering this incident carefully and working with Brighton Hove Buses to ensure any appropriate action is taken. It is also worth noting that since its launch, the 3X has completed around 17,000 journeys on this route without incident, which I hope provides some reassurance. However, we will be carefully reviewing the circumstances of this incident, the report from Brighton Hove Buses, and be working with the bus company and the local community to ensure we have a safer bus service in Trafalgar Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. Thank you for your answer. I would like to know, please, if the Council has carried out a new road safety audit and a quality impact assessment of the area.
Councillor Newton, would you want to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your supplementary question. We understand there is an investigation being assessed at the moment by the bus company in principle. We're working closely with them. We need to find the facts of this. But I do agree an understanding of the safety of this street is very important, and we're prepared to look at a road safety audit and also consider whether and what the contributing factors might have been to this incident. Thank you.
Thank you for your question and for coming to the meeting. I'd like to welcome Lambros Fatsis. Would you like to put your question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, for inviting me to ask my question. I hope you can hear me, by the way.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Right. So my question is, what will the administration do to honour its Council of Sanctuary status by placing restrictions on, or indeed banning, the march of anti-immigration groups through the city? I am, of course, aware that the 8th of August march has now been cancelled by the South East Patriots themselves, but what I would like to know is whether the administration can explain how it can allow such marches to go ahead without compromising the principles, values and accreditation of the Council as a local authority of sanctuary, posing a public safety risk as leaders of far-right groups who were in attendance have a well-known history of violence and criminal convictions, or indeed making migrants, refugees, asylum seekers and the local community feel unsafe and insecure in their own city.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Alexander, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question today. Brighton and Hove City Council is proud of its Council of Sanctuary status and remains committed to being an anti-racist council that champions inclusion, equality, equity and community cohesion. Whilst the council does not have the power to prohibit lawful protest, we have been clear that demonstrations targeting migrants and refugee communities can have significant impacts on community confidence, safety and the feeling of well-being. Ahead of the Ban the Boats demonstration in June, the council did work extensively with Sussex Police, community organisations and faith groups, including through the One Voice partnership. Sussex Police attended community briefings to hear concerns directly, and the council ensured that concerns raised by residents and partner organisations were shared with the police throughout the planning process. And then after the demonstration, the council continued to support communities through a community feedback session with Sussex Police, again through the One Voice partnership. Communities described their concerns about intimidation, fear and the impact of repeated demonstrations on community cohesion, particularly amongst minority ethnic, faith, migrant and LGBTQI+ communities. In response to proposals for further marches, as you may have heard already this afternoon, the leader of the council, Councillor Sankey, wrote to Sussex Police earlier this month highlighting the strong concerns of residents, community organisations and elected members. She asked the Sussex Police to carefully consider the impact of repeated protests and the concerns that, and also the concerns that Brighton and Hove is being targeted because of its diversity and inclusivity, and whether the police were using all their available powers under the Public Order Act and other relevant legislation had been fully considered. The council will consider to stand alongside all our communities, uphold our City of Sanctuary principles, and we will continue to work with partners to promote a safe, welcoming and cohesive city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you for that answer. I mean, I was actually present at the One Voice meeting and I didn't hear anything reassuring from Sussex Police. But I suppose my follow-up question would be, how does the council not have the power to ban such meetings when historically that has been the case in the past? For example, in 1979, when Ealing Council decided to ban the National Front from holding meetings in Southall.
Councillor Alexander, would you like to respond?
I think that actually needs a legal answer, which I don't have in my head. So can I get back to you and respond once I've got the legal definition on what powers we actually do have? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question and coming to the meeting today. That brings us to the end of the public questions. I will now move to deputations from the members of the public as detailed in the addendum for this meeting, which has been circulated. The first one is Brighton 53 tram project, and I would like to welcome Guy Hall to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Guy Hall, and I'm chairman of the Brighton Tram 53 Society, which for the last 16 years has been restoring the last Brighton passenger tram, number 53. We've also started work on the second heritage tram, the former Brighton Works car number 1. Both trams have been restored to running order. We are a registered charity and have raised over £130,000 by ourselves without any outside grants. Last year, we published a detailed, clearly staged self-funding prospectus for moving the trams to Stanmer Park as a visitor attraction, laying some track within the yard area that we wish to use for a shed and museum, and to eventually run the vehicles in the park as a tourist attraction. We raised a petition to support this, and it has nearly now 1,900 signatures. The Society has constantly publicised the product in the press as well as the radio. We've also appeared in the BBC, both last year and more recently in June this year, and this has generated enormous interest in the project. We had a meeting last November with the council and more recently attempted to make a formal offer for the project by resending the prospectus in April this year to Bella Sankey and Jess Gibbons of Brighton and Hove Council. We had been asked to create a business plan for the November meeting, and that is now close to completion. The whole farm area was suddenly put on the market in June, and we have expressed an interest in the small area that we require for a tram shed to display and store the trams, and to also create a small museum and shop. There is plenty of room for other projects or units in that area, and we would be adding value to a long neglected area within the farm. This closed in 2005 with its buildings being left to the elements to deteriorate. They will all get to a point of being uneconomical to repair. We believe that by being the first to take over 2 of the buildings, which we will restore and improve, we will then give the council a much better chance to find other users for the remaining buildings. The public backing that we are getting for the trams to go to the park is considerable. Thus, the trams will increase visitor numbers to the park and will add to the ability for profitable businesses to be established. We want to use and modify a post-war, open-sided cow shed as our main depot, whilst next to it is a smaller extension of the same age, which would be a shop and a museum. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Robbins, who's...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm answering on behalf of Councillor Robbins as he couldn't be here this evening. First of all, I just want to thank you for bringing this deputation on an item which is such a big part of our city's heritage. Your effort to restore this once beloved lost piece of our history is truly a monument to the power of our community and its dedication to our history. The Council have met with you and Brighton Tram 53 Society on several occasions regarding their proposal. While the proposal is in no doubt an exciting one, at this time a direct pledge would not be granted. This is not specifically aimed at the Society, as we have given the same response to all organisations who have contacted the Council recently about proposals for the site. At this moment in time, Home Farm Standard is currently being advertised on the open market, and the Council has requested that anyone interested on the site submit an expression of interest, a point you referenced in your speech. The Council has worked towards advertising Home Farm since the summer of 2025, and the Tram 53 Society has been one of the groups engaged with on this, and as such has been invited to submit an EOI. We have informed the Society of what the next steps are, but we are happy to reach out again if you have any questions. At this moment in time, no decision has been made as the EOI process is open until the 1st of September 2026. Once again, once that deadline has passed, the Council will review the EOIs and work with its management agents to shortlist and invite full tenders. This process is important for the Council to follow, as it allows for the Council to attract a wide audience of potential tenants and give the Council the opportunity to find the best considerations for this historic site. That includes traditional and grade-listed agricultural buildings and land. While this isn't the enthusiastic yes I'm sure you were hoping for, I hope that you don't feel too disheartened, as this project of bringing back these wheels from our history is an exciting one, and I hope you'll continue to serve this monument of our past, and hopefully it won't be too long until we see this rolling back into Brighton.
Well, thank you very much for that. As I recall, though, I think we've only met once with the Council, but that's a moot point. Thank you.
I would like to thank Guy Hall for their deputation. Does the Council agree to note the deputation? Agree. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I would like to welcome Lou Vaughan to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council members. I'm Lou Vaughan and I represent the Wellington House Parents and Carers Group. Wellington House, affectionately known as Welly, is a day centre for adults with special needs that is used by 21 vulnerable adults, some of whom have attended for over 40 years. On February 26, the Council voted to close this day centre in order to save £400,000. We oppose this proposal primarily because we do not agree that the service provided there can be replicated in the private sector. Axing Welly disproportionately impacts 21 vulnerable individuals and their families and impacts future users of day centres. Third-party providers are already near capacity and new providers are not established at this time. Today we would like to draw your attention to the figures and show you how closing Welly will not save the projected £400,000 and will instead ultimately result in higher costs to the Council, thus eliminating any savings. We would like to point out the inconsistencies in figures quoted throughout the consultation documents, causing inaccurate calculations. The daily cost in the documents is £220 per person. Kim Foster stated £244 per person, and social workers are quoting differently again based on individuals, so the actual cost is unclear. We estimate it to be around £200 based on information from the council. However, this data is high level and doesn't take individual needs into consideration. Our calculations of potential savings are different to those of the council. Based on the figures quoted in the consultation document from the 24th of February, we estimate a total saving of £277,134, which includes 8 people quoted as having complex needs and 13 with moderate needs. The consultation document also contradicts itself here. On page 4, it refers to half of the attendees having complex needs, which would make 10 or 11 people, but on page 5 refers to 8 people as having complex needs. If half are complex, that further reduces the saving to £204,306. Staff cost is also quoted incorrectly. There are currently 12 full-time equivalent and 1 full-time agency staff member, not 21 as quoted by the council. Therefore, the total annual cost is less than the £803,000 stated. We have previously reported our concerns about family breakdown without the respite of daycare. We have calculated, based on a national average, that 1 week of residential respite would cost £1,500, exceeding the weekly cost of a maximum of £1,100 for a week at Welly. Additionally, a permanent residential placement costs £130,000 a year, again based on a national average. If just 2 people who currently use Welly needed this, it would eliminate any savings that the council hoped to make. There is a very real risk of this happening. In 2018, ITV News discovered that day centres for adults with special needs had decreased by 41% since 2010, yet the number of people requiring such places is ever increasing. One last fact to consider is that 1 in 4 learning disabled people already spend less than 1 hour outside their home every day. We believe that complete closure is not necessary to save money. We feel that if Welly has the right management, that recruitment of service users and attendants can be increased. Other options to save money include reducing the days Welly is open or promoting evening use for social clubs and groups to make money. There will always be a demand for this type of service, and so by keeping Welly open, expanded and promoted, the council would stand to make more money than they hope to save. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Councillor Alexander to respond.
Thank you, Lou, for your deputation and for setting out so clearly the concerns of families, carers and supporters of the Wellington House Day Centre. As I said previously, we do recognise the strength of feeling about this proposal and the value placed on the service by the people who attend, their families and the staff who work there. It is important to be clear, though, that no decision has yet been made to close Wellington House. The decision taken at Budget Council in February was a budget proposal only. A final decision will be made by Cabinet in September as part of reviewing a report that will set out the feedback from all those who took part in the 12 weeks of consultation. We have heard the concerns raised about the projected savings and the different unit costs of the service that have been referenced during the consultation. These differences are part due to the different moments in time when the calculations were made in relation to a change in the number of people attending and the number of staff working there at that moment. The Cabinet report will set out the latest financial position at the time of it being published, including the current cost of running the service, the likely cost of alternative provision, and the extent to which the proposed savings remain deliverable. The Council's statutory duties to meet eligible assessed needs will remain unchanged. The proposal to have the needs of the 21 people met by independent sector providers is not about providing less. It is about providing differently and in a more cost-effective way. So whilst this proposal was part of budget setting, we know that it was not only a financial issue. We do recognise that it's about people's relationships, the routines and family support. If Cabinet agrees any change to the current service, then you can expect careful transition planning that is personal-centred and co-produced with individuals, families, carers and providers. Again, I want to thank families, carers, staff and supporters for the time, care and detail they've put into the consultation and this deputation. The issues raised will be taken really seriously and will be reflected in the report to Cabinet before any final decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Lou Vaughan for their deputation. Does the Council agree to note the deputation? Thank you. I will now call on Alistair Gourley on behalf of Clary Florin to present their petition for debate relating to protect our local independent business, Redroot, and would remind you that you have up to 3 minutes to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories.
Madam Mayor, Councillors, thank you. So I'm Alistair Gourley of Real T3, but I'm here today on behalf of the 3,800 people who signed the petition opposing the proposed Western Road Red Route. A core of us has spent hundreds of hours speaking to disabled people, carers, delivery drivers, tradespeople, taxi drivers, local businesses and residents. And the messages are they don't want this. They think that the proposed Red Route on Western Road will be damaging and they want you to listen to them. People are asking, is Western Road a suitable candidate for a Red Route? And they're even asking if this scheme is being introduced as an unpopular money-making exercise. We all want safer roads, but the fact is the number of accidents in Western Road during the past 3 years has decreased by a higher percentage without the introduction of a Red Route than it has in the London or Lewis roads which have one. Statistical analysis does not support the claim that Red Routes have improved safety in our city, whatever the spin. We all want faster buses, but will journey times change? We've asked for the evidence, but it's not been given. Western Road won't be any wider, and there will still be bays in which vehicles are legitimately parked. We all want healthy high streets. Western Road is one of the city's busiest and best. So before we risk jeopardising that, surely the evidence that the scheme will deliver greater benefits than it will cost should be crystal clear. We ask you to ask yourselves, are disabled people being done a disservice? Because we believe they are. Will parking issues simply be displaced rather than resolved? Because we believe they will. And have due processes been followed and respected? We wonder if they have. Because we believe all angles should be examined thoroughly and want to ensure that all due processes have been followed and respected, we have engaged a legal team to help us. The reality is, once a Red Route is implemented, it's not removed, yet the damage is instant. So today I ask you to please pause, think objectively, scrutinise and debate. And once done, please ask yourself the question, have I really seen enough evidence to justify the risk? And am I truly acting in the best interest of the city and the people I represent? If the answer to either question is no, then I urge you to do everything in your power to stop the scheme. Thank you.
I will now call on Councillor Newton to respond to the petition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, petitioners. My call is come with us. Listen to the facts, not the fear. Say yes to safety. Say yes to a safer Western Road, more accessible for all. Red routes are widely used in London, including on busy, vibrant shopping streets, not dissimilar from Western Road. Evidence in this city shows that red routes do not automatically reduce footfall. Far from it, on London Road, footfall increased following implementation. So come with us. Bus passengers' safety is improved, with onboard accidents and incidents significantly reduced, according to Brighton Hove's buses. Come with us. Red routes support bus reliability, reduce congestion, improve road safety, enable more reliable movement along key transport corridors, such as Western Road. Journeys improve for commuters and city centre shoppers. Come with us. Improved public transport reliability can increase accessibility for customers travelling by bus, people coming to Western Road to shop, eat, visit friends, socialise, enjoy a bakery treat or night out. Come with us. We have sought to solve this persistent problem of illegal parking. This council takes its Equality Act duties extremely seriously. Yet double yellow lines on Western Road are routinely abused, leaving even blue badge holders unable to park. Cars block pavements, vans obstruct dropped curbs, access is restricted, sightlines impeded, making Western Road more hazardous than it needs to be, especially for disabled people who are less mobile and parents with buggies. Do not ask us to turn a blind eye. Equality and access for all matters. Instead, come with us. Using BSET funding, this council provided full-time traffic wardens on Western Road. Time and time again, people leapt from businesses, be them employees or customers, to move their vehicles during the 5-minute observation period before parking again around the block. They knew they were parking illegally, and it took a traffic warden to prompt them to move. This is no solution, no offer to solve the problem, only a request to continue looking the other way. No authority should acquiesce to such a request. Instead, come with us and make Western Road safer, fairer and more accessible for all. Officers, ward councillors and I attended the Cornerstone Brunswick LAT meeting. We heard your views, listened and explored options. When the chair of the Lansdowne Area Residents Association warned that somebody would be seriously hurt or worse because of irresponsible and illegal parking, we all stopped. When Lara says help, someone is going to get hurt or worse. We cannot ignore this warning. Come with Lara, come with us. At our co-design workshop, residents and visitors gathered around maps, placing yellow stickers on suggesting solutions. We listened, adapted, worked together, co-designed. Come with us. At present, Western Road has few disabled bays and fewer dedicated loading bays, with all too often 20 or even nearly 30 illegally parked vehicles blocking access for others. We propose that nowhere on this route will be more than 50 metres from a dedicated disabled parking bay, a huge improvement from what we have presently. Come with us. New loading bays will enable deliveries when needed for as long as it takes, no longer obstructed by illegal parking or having to move. Designed so buses can pass, car passengers can be dropped off and picked up, safer and better than we have now for all of us. So come with us. Come with residents calling for a safer Western Road. Come with cyclists tired of near misses and collisions. Come with us to improve air quality and breathe. Come with us to make Western Road safer for all, improve footfall and create a better place to be for you, for your customers, your neighbours, for everyone in that community. Come with us.
I'm with you.
So we now move to the general debate. So I have notified speakers. No notified speakers from the Greens. Who's speaking? Councillor, would you like to speak?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. How do you follow that? I'm very grateful to the campaigners for their work, and I know that their concerns on behalf of people with disabilities and on behalf of retailers on Western Road are genuine and deeply felt. I share many of these concerns and some of the wider concerns about process and openness. My group and I have arrived at different conclusions to those of campaigners, and for me it's a marginal call. There is history here on Western Road. There is a problem, parking creating congestion and risk. Yeah, going back to 2014, you may remember this, that the parking waiting regime on the north side of Western Road was changed. There were protests, some quite spectacular protests from retailers then, and the regime there now is no waiting during busy AM and PM periods indicated by enhanced double yellows. And I'm not aware of any long-term impact on retailers on the north side of Western Road following that change. So, I mean, there's undeniably a problem with parking abuse that affects traffic flow on the south side as well. And a key point of debate during this period has been that this affects some parts of Western Road more than others, with a particularly troublesome bit in terms of abuse being between Norfolk Square and Brunswick Street East. So the question's been, why not target enforcement resource on trouble spots? And the answer always comes, enforcement is hamstrung by the 5-minute waiting rule on double yellows, and we end up playing a game of cat and mouse with serial parking offenders. The aims of the red route, to improve bus and traffic flow, improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists while maintaining retail footfall and disabled access, are laudable. Over the years, there's been a steady flow of complaints from B&A residents about abuse along Western Road, and the headline public response to the consultation was positive, as we know, but there are questions. Some of which I think you've referred to, questions about evidence from other red routes, so the questions about the road safety stats, air quality, other matters I think you've referred to, assertions made about the transitional period and the implication that if it doesn't work, we'll remove it. We know that's not going to happen, and the administration should be open this will not happen. We're not going to give back BSIP money and remove the red route after it's been installed. And the importance of council finances in decision-making. So there are significant financial implications here in terms of capital investment and savings in terms of enforcement officer time, as this will now be camera enforced. And I have to say I've not received a full consultation breakdown after sort of requesting it months ago. I'm sure this is down to available resources rather than lack of willingness to be open, but still. So, I mean, the question for me is there a mismatch between stated objectives and the full picture? I don't think there's enough here to block the scheme, but there are questions raised once again about openness. The fear of retailers is that this distinct and special part of our city, known as Brunswick Town, will decline and disappear due to red route impacts. I share the fear, but not the conclusion. I'm very sensitive to this. So I request that we work very closely with the new group formed, Western Road Community Group, to monitor impacts, listen to suggestions from that group on mitigation. And it's my job and the job of my ward colleague Andre to help monitor the wider public realm.
3 minutes.
I've nearly finished, and work with the council colleagues to keep Brunswick Town an area people love to keep coming to.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Despite the come with us speech, I'm struggling to see as to why the council wished to bring in an experimental TRO within Western Road. Looking at the public consultation feedback, 50% of residents felt it would make the area safer, 53% felt it would speed up bus journey times, and 56% felt it would keep traffic moving. This doesn't seem an overwhelming endorsement to bring in a red route, and at what cost to set up and manage this? These figures have not been disclosed. However, a Transport and Sustainability Committee report in December 2023 confirms that enforcement incomes for red routes have already been built into parking budgets. A Freedom of Information request for penalty charge notices data for fiscal year 25-26, the first year of red routes in the city, says that 12,589 of the city's 18,108 CCTV enforced PCNs, or 69.5% of all CCTV enforced penalty charges, were issued at 7 of the city's 50 CCTV enforced locations. The cynic in me is saying that this is about revenue raising for the council. Why doesn't this part of Western Road have sufficient vigilance and traffic wardens? Surely that will sort out the problem. As mentioned earlier, the figures quoted by the consultation responses do not give much of an endorsement for a red route. Delving further, it appears that the consultation was actively promoted to cycling groups but not simultaneously promoted to businesses, disabled residents, or residents of streets likely to receive displaced traffic. I understand that the chair of the Brunswick Town Association has confirmed in writing in April this year that they were not officially consulted by the council at any stage. The consultation contained no questions about traffic displacement into adjacent residential and conservation area streets. Furthermore, despite requests, there has not been any disclosed responses from Brighton and Hove buses on the Western Road scheme. These reasons alone make an implementation of a red route scheme flawed. Looking at the plans, the number of proposed bays for disabled people appears totally insufficient. Also, I note that many of the bays are sited down side streets, some 80% of them. I propose, therefore, that further consultation is undertaken with residents, resident groups, businesses and the public before any consideration of a trial red route scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the independents wish to speak? Councillor Begin.
Lovely. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that petition. I'll keep it short, Madam Mayor, but I have a couple of points I want to make. One is that Western Road is not just a traffic corridor. It's one of Brighton's principal, if not our principal high streets. We should not be designing transport around, we should be designing transport around successful places, not simply moving traffic through them. And I think that a policy that aims to improve traffic flow, or the principal outcome of which is to improve traffic and vehicle flow, but undermines local and successful businesses, is not a balanced outcome, and I would urge colleagues to reconsider. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Newton, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank you, particularly Councillor Sykes, for your broad general support for this proposal. And I think you recognise the problem, and that's actually really helpful to do. And I think this is absolutely the starting point. And I think that's been a thing that I've noticed within the public meetings that I've been to, the public engagement. We've had consultation, public consultation, which everybody has been welcome to input into and been invited to do. There's certainly no prejudice on that. We're very keen to as many people from this community to engage in that process, which many did, including a large number of residents. Over half of whom were in broadly favour of this proposal because it makes it safer. And I very much agree with Councillor Sykes. It's a game of cat and mouse. Councillor Begin, it is about safety. And the fact is, we have illegal parking taking unnecessary risk, causing this problem. And red routes are widely used in London, are tried elsewhere, including in the city, and there are significant improvements to the community, the shopping street, the use of the space. And the footfall does step up because people feel generally safer if they know that they're having to. The sight lines are improved because there isn't a vehicle blocking it because illegal park. Parking is laid out, red lines and yellow lines, in fact, are laid out for safety reasons. And this is what this proposal do. It's principally about safety. It's about ensuring that. So once these are in place, it'd be great if nobody gets caught on camera and we've got zero income, because that means it's safer and it's working well. So I just want to say again, come with us. This is a worthwhile thing to do. It will make Western Road safer and better for everybody and improve the footfall, and I'm sure businesses will benefit from that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put the recommendation to note the petition to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? Noting the petition. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. I can confirm that the recommendation to note the petition has been carried. I would like to thank Alistair Gourlay for presenting the petition today and for joining the council meeting. Thank you. Prior to the council considering the reports referred to on the agenda, the items will be called over item by item. Any member of the council wishing to speak on or vote against any item may reserve it for debate immediately after the item number has been called. I will now ask the Head of Democratic Service to undertake the call over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 23, Coldean Neighbourhood Plan Decision Notice. Item 24, appointment of 2 new independent persons. Item 25, review of political balance 2026-27. Item 26, review of the Council's constitution. Item 27, Youth Justice Plan 2026-29. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I can confirm that the following items have been called. Item 23, Coldean Neighbourhood Plan. Item 25, review of the political balance. Item 26, review of the Council's constitution. And item 27, Youth Justice Plan 2026.
Thank you. As you know, Council's written questions and the responses are taken as read by reference to the list circulated with the agenda and addendum. So I have been notified of 17 oral questions, and these will be taken in order detailed in the agenda. And I would like to remind councillors that 30 minutes is set aside for oral questions, and therefore not all questions may be dealt with at the meeting. I would ask that the responses are kept brief to enable as many questions as possible to be heard. I'm minded to take our 30-minute break now, unless there are any objections. Does anybody want to carry on with questions, or should we take a break now? Break, right, we'll take our break. Thank you. to be heard. I would like to welcome Councillor Davies to put your question on transparency.
Thank you, Chair. In a recent FOI response, it came to light that there's been a significant drop in the Council's FOI compliance. The Information Commissioner's Office defined an organisation's compliance with FOI legislation as, quote, unsatisfactory, unquote, if fewer than 90% of FOI requests fail to meet the 20-day legal deadline. In Q1 of this year, this Council missed the legal response deadline 53 times. One reason given for the drop in FOI compliance says there is, and I quote again from the report, nervousness around releasing certain information leading to pressure on the team to agree exemptions, unquote. Now, in a council leader's former role, she once said, without FOI requests, decisions on what to publish will lie with those in power, those with vested interests in keeping politically embarrassing, contentious or damning information out of public hands. Now, hopefully you agree that it's wrong for FOI officers to be put under pressure by others within the council to agree in exemptions in the way suggested. And it's worrying that there's a culture of nervousness around releasing certain information. So my question is, what steps will the administration take to address resourcing issues within the FOI team? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, for your question. As you say, I'm a huge proponent of freedom of information, and I'm proud that in my previous life I was involved in campaigning to maintain our FOI legislation in the interest of transparency and openness. I was not previously aware of the resourcing issues that you have flagged, so I will certainly take that away and look at it, and I will come back to you with an answer. But just to say, you know, we as a Labour group are very supportive of transparency and openness. That's why we recently commissioned a report into the failings that led us to invest in the I360 under previous Green leadership of this council. I would urge the Green group that in the interest of transparency, your Green Chaired Audit Committee consider that report and ensure that the public have full transparency and openness when it comes to that critical decision.
Very important. Very important.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, not bad. And I hear you about coming back to me. I will remind you that 3.5 years ago, I asked you a question about GMB involvement and the then newly elected Labour administration. I'm still waiting for an answer, so I won't hold my breath. I think the question I really want to think about here is if officers or the administration are putting undue pressure on officers low down the train, that is unacceptable. So what I'd like to hear about when the council leader comes back, and I will ask this question again, is how they're going to address the well-being and safeguarding of council officers. Thank you.
Yeah. Nothing is more important to me than the well-being and the health of council staff. That's why we commissioned, as you know, very early in our administration, a KC report into allegations of mistreatment of staff in our depot, and why we acted on all of the 10 recommendations in that report to promote staff well-being. I'm pleased that we'll be bringing forward a notice of motion jointly with Brighton and Hove Independents later on this evening, also recognising the role of our staff in the Seafront office and in other roles who have been dealing with the very difficult fallout from some of the tragic incidents that we've seen on the seafront. Our administration is absolutely committed to staff well-being in this organisation. As I say, I'm not aware of any undue pressure being put on staff members in the FOI team, but it's something I will certainly look at and make sure that I can satisfy myself that that is not happening. One thing I would say is it's really clear to me that the way that FOI works is incredibly important from a transparency perspective and ensuring that decision makers are held to account. It's also incredibly important that there is a safe space for policy making for political administrations. And so it may be on occasion that full disclosure is not possible when FOI requests come in, because that safe space is essential for the good working and the good governance of an organisation and being able to make decisions and to discuss some policy matters with the required privacy that is needed. But I'll absolutely take this away. I will look at the allegations that you're making and ensure that I come back with an update.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. I would like to welcome Councillor McNair to put your question on fortnightly rubbish collection.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What has been happening to our rubbish collections? In Patcham and Hollingbury, it's been appalling. Rubbish, recycling, garden. For a good month, we were being inundated with complaints. It felt like the Greens had taken over again. And it was that bad. And it started before the hot weather, and there was no information coming out. And the council still insists fortnightly collections will begin. What needs to change at environmental services for this fortnightly collections to start?
Councillor Okins, I call on you to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mayor, for the question. Well, apologies to your residents and any other residents around the city who've had less than satisfactory service. You mentioned the heat wave. I just want to sort of reiterate how significant that was and why it's relevant to this conversation. So, and we're actually going to talk about this later in terms of the effects of the changing climate on public services and the wider picture in the city and more broadly. We, to look after our staff who obviously have to do quite manual work, wearing PPE and not the kind of clothes that you would ideally be wearing in such extreme heat. We had to cut basically every single round in the city short for a few days in a row. So that obviously is going to create very significant backlog of missed collections. That leads me to my next point, which is that the day-to-day service in our refuse and recycling collections is now running better than it used to. The key problem that we have is one of resilience. It's what happens when things aren't going to plan, and that's why I spoke about this at length in the recent cabinet meeting earlier in July about the additional measures we're bringing forward to increase that resilience for when things aren't going wrong. Now, look, that extreme heat was quite an extreme example, and there are other times where things don't go to plan, and it has a similar impact, albeit not for as long. But to your point on fortnightly collections, I just want to be clear with everyone that no decision has yet been made on fortnightly collections, and there are several things that we want to have in place before any decision is made, and one of them is improved reliability of collections and service for residents.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The poor service was not just because of the heat. It started well before the heat. If 100% of our rubbish, garden waste and recycling is not collected every week between now and next May or July, when it's been mentioned the fortnightly rubbish collections will begin, will the idea for fortnightly collections be scrapped?
Thanks for the supplementary. I think it's pretty well documented that in our collection services, one of the issues we face most regularly is one of vehicles and the maintenance of those vehicles. You've heard me talk in this chamber and in cabinet meetings and so on about new vehicles and the need to invest. The problem with new vehicles is that they take a while, right? You order them and they take, on average about 18 months to arrive. So even though we've set out investment and made those investments and ordered those new vehicles, quite a way back into this administration, it's only really now that they're starting to arrive. So between now and December, we've got 10 new vehicles entering service. Now that is a very, very significant improvement. One of the other improvements that we've made is more staff in the workshop, particularly to cover evenings and weekends, to make sure that where there are vehicle issues hanging over from the previous week, we can hit the ground running on that Monday morning because those have been addressed. So, I'm not going to lay out specific conditions for fortnightly collections. Like I say, no decision has been made, but we're certainly making sure that the service is as resilient as it can be. And look, residents need to have confidence, and this is what I will say with confidence. They need to know that a missed collection on a fortnightly regime will not mean no collection for a whole month, and that is what we'll make sure is in place before we make any decision.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. I would like to welcome Councillor Fishley to put your question on public toilet staffing and wages.
Thank you. Given the difficulty in recruiting and retaining people to open, close and clean our public toilets, an increase in wages would surely make the job more attractive. Is this something Council has already considered, and if not, would it be a good idea?
Councillor Okins.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Fishley, for your question. Yeah, I mean, There are various jobs in the council that are difficult to recruit to, and the public toilets, we have a sort of solid core full-time team, and we also have a seasonal team because, as you know, we have different and extended opening hours in the summer. The combination of the nature of the work and the seasonal nature of the work does make those seasonal roles in particular difficult to recruit to. We are carrying a small number of vacancies. I think the total team for opening, closing and cleaning is about 15, and I think we're carrying either 2 or 3 vacancies on that, and if you want me to, I can come back to you with a firm number. We are taking steps. In fact, we're onboarding staff at the moment. Actually, just want to say thank you to you, because I know you along with your ward councillor colleague have been instrumental in extending the hours at the Ovingdean Undercliff toilets, and actually we're moving more in that direction. I mean, I would love to be able to double the number of staff we have in our public toilets and extend the opening hours both in the morning and in the evening. But as you know, it's a very expensive service to run. Thankfully, we've got some very willing and very well-meaning and very community-minded businesses and partners in the city, yourselves included, obviously. Babel have recently kindly agreed to extend the opening hours of the toilet there and take responsibility for some of the opening up and closing. The latest partner to come on board is Hove Park Tennis Club, so we're very grateful to them. And we're openly seeking partners elsewhere in the city to help us extend those hours, because we know how important it is to all of our residents and visitors. I also just want to say, while we're on the subject of staff, I just want to take the opportunity to thank those staff, because it's they work long hours. It's not particularly enjoyable work, but I always, whenever I can, take the opportunity to say thank you to them, and I hope that others will too when they see them out in our parks and in the city. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Well, I just know that 2 of the seasonal people left because they basically said it wasn't worth £14.50 an hour. It was quite stressful and difficult, etc., and not very pleasant. So that was where my question was coming from, really. But I guess your answer, you didn't actually answer my question, is no, there's no money and there's different bands and what have you.
Councillor Oaken.
Yeah, thanks for the supplementary question. Yeah, apologies, I didn't mean to dodge that question, so thank you for bringing me back to it. We have discussed the pay issue. Obviously, staff across the council, there are pay bands and everything, and there are mechanisms for where you have particular problems with recruitment around being able to offer a market supplement. We have had that conversation, whether or not that that can be justified. It's quite a high bar to justify that. I think you have to demonstrate very significant problems with recruitment over a long period of time. It may be that's something we choose to look at, but it's not something that we've done for the moment. But we clearly need to make sure that we've got the team fully staffed, particularly in the summer. So we'll factor that into our thinking for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oaken. I'd like to welcome Councillor Hill to put your question on EHRC guidance.
Thank you. With the support of the Equalities Minister, the EHRC's updated Code of Practice will come into effect on the 5th of August. This new code replaces the previous guidance and will be statutory in nature. Despite widespread cross-party backlash, including comments from the council leader, the government has pushed ahead on making it statutory without a vote on this. This guidance appears to conflict with the public sector equality duty and other equalities legislation, and so seems unworkable to me. How does the council seek to navigate this uncertainty whilst upholding the dignity of trans people, which the guidance undermines?
Councillor Alexander, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raphael, for your question. I do recognise that the recent judgment has had an awful negative effect on our trans and non-binary communities, and also on people who have a non-gender conforming appearance. We remain as a trans inclusive employer and will continue to remain a trans inclusive council, whilst also ensuring compliance with the law. The council is meeting regularly with reps from the trans and non-binary communities through our TNBI roundtable group, so that we can better understand the sense of feelings, the concerns, and what we can do to help mitigate some of the harms felt by the trans and non-binary communities currently. We also do believe that the guidance is flawed and confusing, and we will be pressing the government to legislate to ensure the dignity of trans people is protected.
Thank you, Councillor Expander. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. So, I mean, in response, I think the difficulty is that partly that compliance with the law is hard when different parts of the law say different things. So, what would you say to transgender people like myself who feel that this government treats us as a disease unwelcome in society? Why should we trust a government who endorses guidance that treats us as sexual predators simply for existing as who we are?
Councillor Expander.
To be honest, I don't really know how to answer you, except that I'm really sorry, and I do. I'm trying to understand your pain and the pains felt by trans and non-binary people at the moment, and it's really understandable that there is the pain felt, and but believe me, we are working towards a solution, and as you say, it is really hard. It's the guidance is confusing, and we are trying to navigate it currently. There's a team in the council working on it at the moment, and we do and we will remain trans inclusive council. And I'm sorry, I can't better answer you at the moment, but hopefully I can stand here in a couple of months' time and be able to answer more clearly.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. I would like to welcome Councillor Meadows to put your question on War Memorial in Peace Gardens.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The War Memorial, a Doric temple in Patcham Peace Gardens, is designated as a centenary fields, but it is in a very poor state. We thank the U3A for all their work in looking after the gardens. Officers have been out to examine the War Memorial, but no action has yet been taken to safeguard it. It has weeds growing out of the roof, and we're concerned about its overall structure. The crazy paving has also been left in a state of disrepair for many years. Can this memorial be restored, please?
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. I'll be very honest, I don't know why this has come to me. But yes, we will look into it, and I will get back to you sometime. We have a plan for how we can restore it in the heritage of the site. I'm assuming that's where it's come to me for the heritage site, so yes, I agree.
Do you have a supplementary?
Just a quick one, Madam Mayor. Just to say, as the Council has an Armed Forces Covenant Gold Award, do you feel it is important that this historical war memorial and gardens are valued and restored to former glory and other historic monuments in the city? Thank you.
That one I can answer better. So yes, 100%, and I think to give you some sort of trust in the council is what we've done around Valley Gardens. It's the Battle of Boar's Head, that is so different, and it looks amazing, and it's so much more fitting for the occasions that we're having in the council. And I know, from the work that Councillor Grimshaw is doing as well as our Armed Forces League, that we are so keen to make sure that the spaces that we have for these special events are up to scratch. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I would like to welcome Councillor Irvey to put your question on garden waste mist collection compensation claims.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question concerns a new compensation mechanism for mist recycle collections. Previously, subscriptions were extended, but this is no longer possible because of the move to a fixed April invoicing date. This lack of clarity over the right to compensation has caused a lot of anger and confusion amongst residents, especially those suffering missed regular collections. So my question is, please can you explain the new mechanism involving adjusting subscription payments that compensate for missed collections, which includes the criteria for making a claim, the process of making a claim, and the need for any supporting evidence, when this new mechanism will come into existence, and how will residents be informed of their right to claim? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Ropings to respond.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I fully appreciate and recognise the frustration that's, well, obviously the frustration from the missed garden waste collections, but the lack of clarity on how that is sort of reflected in the arrangement. So for the benefit of those not opposed to it, what used to happen is that if there were missed collections, people's subscriptions would be extended by a period of time, but the service has moved to a fixed sort of subscription period that models the financial year, which means extending it then gets very, very messy very, very quickly. I can confirm that what is happening is that missed collections will be compensated for in the form of refunds after each missed collection. I met with the team about it this morning, and letters will be going out to every garden waste subscriber to make it really clear what exactly the process is.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the day and age, really, when we have customer-centric integrated CRM and billing systems, to go back to a kind of fixed term, fixed start date, is going back 20 years. Anyway, that's your choice. But yeah, I mean, I think my question is, it really is vital that you tell people what their rights are. So I really do hope so. Sorry, when is that going to happen? When it's going to letter? Next week? Next month? Because they really are very angry. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, it will be imminent. I can't say if it will be this week or next week, but we've basically worked out that is the mechanism, because there was a brief discussion about whether it would be immediate refunds or adjustments to future payments, whether there's a bit of stuff to work through. But yeah, it will be going out fairly shortly. I think the confusion has come a little bit because the change to the way these subscription mechanisms were made, but the standard previously existing terms and conditions were sent out to everybody, which obviously didn't reflect the fact that had changed. So I appreciate that's why that's caused a bunch of confusion, but hopefully that will all be clarified. If you want to put any residents in touch, then please feel free to do so. But like I said, I would expect by this time, hopefully next week, the letters will be drafted and going out. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Councillor Atkinson to put your question on allocation of council housing to people with known behavioural problems and the impact on near neighbours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was pleased to read the recent report on antisocial behaviour in social housing, and I look forward to seeing the recommendations from the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee and those issues being put into action. My question, though, starts at the very beginning of the housing process and relates to how people are placed in council accommodation in the first place when it's known that they have issues with alcohol or drug abuse or have exhibited antisocial behaviour in the past. I have numerous cases in North Portslade where elderly residents, sometimes in their 80s, suddenly find they have a new neighbour who quickly makes their life a misery. I have one whose neighbour's dogs bark all night, another whose neighbour uses cannabis which seeps through the walls of their flats, one who has been sworn at regularly when all she's trying to do is ask her neighbour not to be so loud, and another whose neighbour comes home at 3 o'clock in the morning under the influence of drugs and proceeds to throw furniture around his flat. So my question is, does any sort of screening or risk assessment take place in terms of neighbouring residents before a person with known behaviour issues is placed in council accommodation? Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. It is an important concern, and we do understand why residents are concerned about the allocation of council housing where there might be some known issues there. Antisocial behaviour, we all know, can have a really serious effect on neighbours and the quality of life, and residents ought to feel safe and secure in their own homes. We all agree with that. But the council needs to balance two responsibilities here. We have a duty to allocate social housing for those in need, but we also need to make those decisions responsibly and consider any known risk, and you're right, that is what happens. So the council's housing allocation policy does allow us to consider previous behaviour. This can include a history of antisocial behaviour, tenancy breaches, relevant criminal behaviour, or whether someone might be unlikely to manage a tenancy unsuccessfully. And in some cases, this can mean a person doesn't qualify for social housing for those reasons. They may qualify for supported housing in some other way, but not as a council tenant as such, or may need further assessment before any offer is made. So that does happen, and we do that with every prospective council tenant. And there are also circumstances where a property can be treated as a sensitive let. And this is used in exceptional cases where there are clear housing management reasons to take extra care. So for a community that has been traumatised by antisocial behaviour, for example. We need to take extra care when a property is being let there or offered. But decisions must be made on evidence. We need the evidence. They must be proportionate in law, or we can be challenged in law, and relate to the specific risk being managed. I know some residents have raised it at a housing panel, and I'm always sorry to hear about this. And we do recognise the strength of feeling in communities. It can be very disruptive, and we are taking forward the work with residents to look at ASB, to look at allocations, including how those decisions are made, how they are explained, and where the process can be improved. Thank you for your question.
Do you have a supplementary?
Just to say, Madam Mayor, I look forward to looking at the recommendations coming out of that report and working with council officers to help residents in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Councillor Wilkinson to put your question on weeds and street appearance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Clean, well-maintained streets and public spaces contribute to civic pride, accessibility, support local businesses, and improve accessibility for everyone. The Council has introduced a number of initiatives to improve street cleansing and public ground maintenance. Can the Cabinet Member for Environment outline what further action is planned over the coming months to improve street appearances across Brighton and Hove, including street cleansing, weed management, and ensuring that all neighbourhoods benefit from these improvements?
Councillor Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson, for the question. Yeah, you're quite right. The condition and look and feel of our streets is absolutely fundamental to civic pride, and it's what people rightly expect councils to do. And there's a range of things that we have done, are doing, and will be doing in the future. We've obviously fairly recently launched the overnight street cleansing service. Now, I would say that's albeit been on a fairly limited footprint so far. I visited the area around Churchill Square, in the day or two after they visited, and the whole place was really quite substantially brighter and much improved. We're obviously reviewing that service in terms of what it's doing, where it's doing it, how it's doing it, and all of that. I think, to be honest, if the council's financial position improves in the coming years, and I was asked for suggestions on what to spend more on, I think the street cleansing service would probably be at the top or very near the top of my suggestions. So I'd certainly like to be able to expand that in the future. The weed management programme has started this year. I appreciate it. I think one of the changes we made this year is that instead of having one team working across the city from one side to the other, is two teams working from the outside and working in, but obviously those areas closer to the city centre, like the western edge of Kemptown, for example, I appreciate that's meant that you sort of been a little bit late in the line on that. We're doing a lot of work on fly tipping at the moment. We recently, earlier in the year, cut the bulky waste collection charge from £60, starting at £60 for a single item, to £25 for a single item. That's obviously a very significant cut, and I'm pleased to say we've had a real spike in items being collected. It's worth mentioning that about half of all fly tips are single items, so if you can get those picked up for 25 quid, then that's obviously a bit of a win, and we're working on further plans on fly tipping fairly shortly. Lots of work going on graffiti. We've got some new equipment just landed, the laser jet machines, that's going to enable us to remove more graffiti and do it quicker, because you don't need a team of two to remove tags, you only need one, so we should be able to do twice as many, and that combined with the additional vehicles we put in will have an impact. So there's lots going on. We've also got, we've talked a fair bit of length about the digital system in collections, and the fact that collection service used to run on scraps of paper and the difficulties that led to. We're also now looking at bringing in a digital system for the street cleansing service to be able to get people to respond in a much more agile way to reports and enable those operatives to report things in. We're always looking for ways to improve the street cleansing service. So I hope that your residents in Kemptown will start seeing even more improvements soon.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Okins, and I welcome all those productive and great initiatives that are in place. Town Ward is one of the city's busiest visitor destinations, and I hear from residents right across the ward about persistent weed growth and the overall appearance of our streets. Could you confirm when the programme is expected to reach Kent Town, whether residents can request that particular streets are considered, where there are significant concerns, and when the enhanced city centre street cleansing and overnight cleansing programme will be extended to St James's Street and the surrounding area? And in addition, will you also work with us as ward councillors to ensure that local priorities are reflected in their programmes? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Great questions. Yeah, so the weed programme has I think now reached Kent. I think it's actually happening this week, so you'll start to see the effects of that fairly soon. The overnight street service initially covers the area that we allocated to the newly appointed city centre manager, which we launched last year. That includes the St James's Street part of Kent Town and that kind of surrounding area. So that area will definitely be done. I haven't got dates for you, but I can certainly liaise with officers and try and come back, because obviously it's only been up and running for a few weeks, that service. We're sort of still working out how quickly it moves. My view with that service is that, I would like to get us to a point where we can deploy it, to all parts of the city that need it. But obviously the city centre pressures, including St James's Street, are very significant because of the amount of footfall that we get and the impact that has. Just to remind everyone that anybody, councillors or residents' businesses, can request a clean-up from the street cleansing service, and that is a service that works. You stick it in the website and they will turn up and do what's been asked of. And again, I suppose I just want to take the opportunity to say thanks to all our staff. We often hear about what isn't going right or what we want more of, but I think, given we have 11 million visitors in a year to the city each year, our streets cleansing service do an amazing job of clearing all that stuff off the beach and everything, so I just want to say thanks to them.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. We have reached the allocated time for oral questions, and I will therefore move to the next agenda item. Councillor Pickett.
Can I ask for a suspension of standing orders so that we can continue with oral questions, please?
Do you have a seconder? Thank you. I'll ask all those in favour of suspending standing orders. Those against? Any abstentions? That has been lost.
Madam Mayor, can I just say how very disappointing that was, because we were very pleased to support the administration's extension of public question time, but they don't wish to hear member questions of this council. I think it's an absolute disgrace.
Excuse me, it has to be a point of order, and all councillors, it's important to hear all councillors' questions for their residents. Thank you. So the next one is item 23, concerns the report on Coldine Neighbourhood Plan decision notice. I will now call on Claire Flowers, relevant cabinet members. What's that there? That's not right, sorry. It's got here Claire Flowers. Who's put that there? Pardon? Councillor Sheard. You're not Claire Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You can call me Claire Flowers if you want, I won't object. But can I just say I'm happy to bring this report forward today. After years of sweat, tears and, on my part, blood from the occasional paper cut, this local plan has passed its inspection and can now go to the residents for them to get their say on what their area looks like going forward. I just want to speak to the amount of work put into the neighbourhood plan by its forum. Its chair, Patrick, is perhaps well known for his community work across the city, from Hove Civic Society to Stammer stakeholders. His hard work for each of these groups is well known, and it's safe to say these pale in comparison to the amount of effort he's put into getting the Coldine neighbourhood plan to the phase you see before you. That shouldn't take away from the effort all members of the committee have put in. I've had the pleasure of working alongside Debbie, Anna and Jack as they have built this group out into what it is today. In fact, they are fully within their right to say they have been working harder than me, as I'm pretty sure I've left Anat on red for a few weeks after asking for me to investigate some avenues of support for the group. I would also like to thank residents of Colding who have challenged this plan to be the best it can be, local businesses who have contributed and the council officers who have given their time to seeing this through, and also to those counterparts on the SDMP for their time as well. This is just one of the many examples of the great work coming out of my ward, and I welcome the council to support and show their support for our quiet corner of the city.
Thank you. So we now move to the general debate. So there's one speaker per group. So I have to notify the speakers who's speaking on this? Councillor Hill, thank you.
Thanks. Will the real Claire Flowers please stand up? I think we may have a problem in here. Thank you to the planning officers for their work on this, and to local residents of Colding, both those who are here today and all of those who push for greater local powers to protect the unique character of Colding as a neighbourhood. 5 years ago, it was the first meeting that was held that led to the creation of the Colding Neighbourhood Planning Forum, and it's been many years of work that's led to getting to this point. I'd also now add the work of previous councillors as well, including lobbying of councillors to exclude ancient chalk downland from City Plan Part 2 in 2022, which is referenced in the report. The plan's objective: protect and enhance Colding as a sustainable, attractive and inclusive neighbourhood, and safeguards green spaces and wildlife habitats to support a balanced community by encouraging family-friendly housing and managing HMOs. These are all things that I believe are supported across this House, and I believe that we should be working to ensure that more communities in the city can have access to these neighbourhood plans. With regards to the consultation with this, which took place between June and July 2024, the forum stated they received over 50 online surveys and 23 paper surveys, as well as 2 telephone calls, Facebook Messenger chat, and several emails, as well as many conversations at the launch event and on stalls. That, to me, does actually suggest that most residents of Colding still necessarily haven't engaged in that particular part of the process. So I think we should do better with trying to ensure with the referendum that we get a high turnout with that as the next stage of this. So whilst I'm glad that there's been many different ways of engaging in the consultation in the past, I think there's more to be done with that. But I'd like to, thank all of the work that's been done towards this document, and we give our full support to this as a Green Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have someone from the Conservative?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There has been a lot of work undertaken by residents and the council to recognise Colding as a neighbourhood that matters. We are pleased that after the examiner's recommendations were accepted by the Colding Neighbourhood Forum, and that it can now go forward to all residents as a referendum. We sincerely hope that it is well over the 50% required, though. We will always support residents to take part and be a part of their neighbourhood, especially when it's about inappropriate planning and protecting their open spaces in their area. We as Conservatives support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Fishley?
Thank you. Well, congratulations, Patrick, who's up there, and the team. Of course, I know all the pain that you went through to get to this stage. I always in the past encouraged other councillors to start forums in their ward, because that would show your residents that you do really care about the area you represent. But sadly, the government has pulled funding for neighbourhood plans, so we're unlikely to see any more come through in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Fishley. Councillor Shear, do you wish to respond?
I'll just summarise very quickly. I think it's very rare to have something like this that all parties and all corners of the chamber actually agree on. So it's nice to have support across the chamber today. I'd like to thank Councillor Hill for referencing the work that the previous councillors before I turned up and made Colding such a wonderful ward before 2023. I know it's also a rare moment as us and the Conservatives are agreeing on something that doesn't happen very often. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Fishley, because I do remember at one resident association meeting turning up and having the shock of my life that I was sat next to her for a meeting, and she gave an absolutely lovely speech to us. So thank you very much for that. So very much thankful this is going to pass today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Shear. I will now put the recommendations as set out in the report to the vote. Does the council agree? Thank you. So item 25 concerns the report on review of political balance. I'll now call on Councillor Hewitt to introduce the item. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce this report on the review of political balance. The report is in 2 parts. The first part follows the Goldsmith Ward by-election, which took place in June 2026. As a result, the Green Group had gained an additional seat on the council. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Councillor Barton Ahmed to the Chamber. I hope you find your new role as a ward councillor and as a member of the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee both fulfilling and rewarding. The second part of the report relates to the new and exciting Sussex and Brighton Strategic Authority. As members will know, particularly those who attended yesterday's Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee, the Strategic Authority is now formally established and has already secured £1.14 billion of investment for our region. Following its inaugural board meeting in April and the elections in East and West Sussex in May, the Strategic Authority held its first annual general meeting on the 1st of July. One of the key outcomes of that meeting was the establishment of 2 regulatory committees, the Audit and Governance Committee and the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Both of these committees will play an important role in the governance and scrutiny of the Strategic Authority, with membership reflecting the political balance across 3 constituent authorities. For Brighton and Hove, this means appointing 2 Labour members and 1 Green member to each committee. The Audit and Governance Committee will oversee financial management and value for money, review risk management and internal controls, monitoring governance, transparency and decision making, and will consider audit reports and external assurance. The Overview and Scrutiny Committee will hold decision makers to account, review policies, strategies and major decisions, undertake pre-decision scrutiny and calling where appropriate, and make recommendations to improve outcomes for residents. The appointments from this authority, together with those from East and West Sussex County Councils, will be submitted to the next board meeting on the 29th of July for formal approval. This marks another important milestone in the establishment of the Strategic Authority, which will enable more investment, more influence, more opportunity, a louder voice for Sussex, local decisions for local priorities, better transport, provision of stronger skills, more homes. It's one region working together and will unlock Sussex's full potential. The actions from this report will bring together representation from all corners of Sussex and establishes the governance and scrutiny needed to ensure that decisions deliver great outcomes for all our residents across the city and the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. So now we move to the general debate. Do you have someone from the Green, Councillor Hill?
Thank you. I'd just like to say, again, wishing thanks to Councillor Barton Ahmed and well in her time on People Overview and Scrutiny Committee. It's good to have more opposition members to scrutinise the decisions of the Cabinet, and so I hope that that can be a fulfilling space in which we can ensure that different perspectives are considered when big decisions are to be made over the coming months by the Cabinet, particularly with the difficult financial situation our council is in. I'd also want to wish former Councillor Jackie O'Quinn well, as she's created the vacancy when she stood down, and who I've known for many years after losing the 2019 Goldsmith local elections. So, you know, how things change politically in that area. Hope we can see these committees play a larger role in the decision-making functions of the council, and I think that we should also add another thing in terms of political balance, which is that One of the subcommittees, the Standing Advisory Committee for Religious Educations, or SACRE, which should actually have 6 councillors as members, but currently only has 4. So I just think in terms of proportionality, that should mean 2 more Labour members. So I hope the administration will rectify this in the future. So turning to the Strategic Authority, from the Green Group, I want to give my thanks to Councillors Shanks and West for taking up their roles on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and Audit and Governance Committees. So I hope this will allow all groups to work collaboratively with the county councillors in East and West Sussex. And also I'd like to congratulate Councillor Sankey on her appointment as Chair of the Strategic Authority. One of the main challenges immediately facing the Strategic Authority over the coming year will be taking on the role of the Fire Authority Board for East Sussex, as well as the powers which the West Sussex County Council has responsibility for. So I hope that we'll work collaboratively with those like myself on the Fire Authority Board, as it's a key thing that you can't get wrong when it comes to fire and rescue, particularly given the additional risks that come with heat waves and other climate-related risks such as flooding that we're seeing more and more of. And lastly, I hope the Strategic Authority will play its role to support bus franchising, which we've heard positive things about already today. So thanks to everyone, and yeah, please support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Someone from the Conservative group? No? Any independents want to speak? No? Okay. Do you want to, Councillor Hewitt, do you want to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hill, for your contribution. Yeah, I think one of the beauties of the devolution and strategic authorities, the ones which already exist around the country, there is always a very strong emphasis on councillors from all different parties working together, but people on those boards just want the best for their regions. So the setup really is to tailor for that. Your comment on the religious outside body, obviously we'll refer that to officers if we feel there's a discrepancy in the numbers for that. So thank you for raising. And final comment on buses, which very much seem to be in vogue at the moment, is that bus franchising. We're very excited by the government's announcement, which Councillor Sankey said earlier this afternoon, about we received more money to undertake a feasibility study on bus franchising, not just in Brighton and Hove, but across Sussex. That's something which is a new authority can really get their teeth into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. I will now put the recommendations as set out in the report to the vote. Does the Council agree? Thank you. I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. Item 26 concerns the report on review of the Council's constitution. I will now call on Councillor Mackey to introduce the item. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to support the positive change to our Council's constitution as presented in this report. On first reading, it may seem to represent a small administrative amendment, the change of a deadline from 8 working days to 4. But its importance is far greater than that. It's about whether residents have a meaningful opportunity to understand the business coming before this council, before deciding whether they wish to question us about it. It's about making our democratic processes more accessible and responsive to residents. Under the present arrangements, residents must submit their questions 8 working days before full council. This means that in practice, the deadline for the submission of questions falls before the agenda and accompanying reports have actually been published. So, under the current timetable, residents are being asked to formulate questions without being able to see the full details of what councillors will be discussing and deciding before the deadline passes. Well, that surely cannot be the most accessible or effective way to encourage public participation and engagement. This proposal to change the deadline for the submission of questions to 4 working days before the meeting means residents will be able to read the agenda, familiarise themselves with the reports, and consider the matters that affect them, their families, and their communities. And striking this better balance is particularly important for people who work full-time. have caring responsibilities, or live with disabilities that mean they need additional time to access information. Then they can make an informed decision about whether they wish to ask a question of their elected representatives. Importantly, this change has arisen because residents have raised concerns about the existing arrangements. We have listened to our residents and we are acting on what they have told us. And that is how responsible government should work. The benefits are clear. The amendment will support better informed public questions, encourage more meaningful engagement and improve transparency. It removes an unnecessary procedural barrier that may currently discourage people from taking part and being involved in local democracy. It will also create greater consistency across the Council. The Cabinet and Scrutiny Committees already apply a 4 working day deadline for public questions. Now, there is a strong case for residents attending full Council to have the same reasonable opportunity to consider and assimilate the published business before submitting their questions. Now, of course, there is a trade-off to be acknowledged. Moving the deadline will give officers and councillors less time to process questions, to gather information and prepare comprehensive responses, particularly when a large number of questions is received. Now, we are a learning council with well-run services, and we value the work of our officers, and we recognise the additional pressure this may create. It's therefore important that the operation of the new arrangements will be monitored and kept under review, but democracy inevitably requires us to balance administrative convenience with public accessibility. In this case, I believe the proposal strikes the right balance. The purpose of our procedures should be to enable democratic participation and not unintentionally obstruct it. Public questions are an important way for residents to raise concerns, challenge decisions, and hold those entrusted to public office to account. People should not be asked to anticipate the contents of an agenda that they have not yet been able to see. This is a practical, proportionate amendment. It's founded on a simple yet crucial democratic principle. Residents should have the information they need before being asked to respond to it. Madam Mayor, I therefore urge colleagues to support this amendment to the Constitution. And when residents tell us that our democratic processes are shutting them out, our response should not be to defend the barrier, it must be to remove it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackey. I now move to the general debate. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Fine words, but my granny used to say, "Fine words, butternut parsnips." I mean, I've got a couple of points to make. I mean, there are some ironies here about increasing public access to full council when we had 27 public questions today's meeting, 12 were heard. Where are the rest? We didn't even get them recorded or seen in the record. So, I mean, I think, yeah, I've got a couple of constitutional pedant points, then some maybe slightly more political points. Just on the detail, the paper says proposed change aligns public questions deadline for cabinet and overview and scrutiny committee meetings where the deadline's already 4 working days. No, it's not. If you look at the Constitution, what it says is for cabinet, the deadline is no later than 12 noon on the 2nd working day after publication of the agenda, and for overview and scrutiny, it says by no later than 10 a.m. on the 8th working day before the meeting. So, I think we need to tidy up the Constitution before you can make comparisons across different bits of the Constitution saying you're lining things up. On the slightly more political points, I've raised the irony at the beginning about the nature of this meeting. There is another point on the extension of time. If we're trying to get questions from the public in after the agenda is met, what order will the questions be taken in? Will it be first in, first heard? And is there a danger then, given what we saw today, that those questions that wait for the agenda won't actually be heard at all, because by that time we'll already have loads of questions on the agenda that heard previously. So, as Councillor Theobald used to say, have you thought this through? Just on equality implications, the paper says the changes to arrangements proposed relating to full council, including the timing of public questions, are remained with the priority of enhancing opportunity for all stakeholders to engage with the democratic process. Really? Madam Mayor, we're in a form of democracy that's got participatory and representative components. Opposition members are also stakeholders. I might suggest a couple of additional changes to the Constitution. Supplementary for Cabinet questions. Then the Tories might attend. More than 15 minutes for Cabinet questions. No filibustering at full council oral questions when administration members are asking questions of their own administration. That's a manifesto promise from the Green Party right there, Madam Mayor. We will not allow members of the administration to ask questions at full council oral questions of their own administration. It wastes time and it shuts other people out. We used to have a constitutional working group. Why don't we reconvene that? We've got questions being raised all the time about the Constitution, about how our procedures work, how council works. Yeah, we accept the paper, but I think there's a lot more to be done. Thank you.
Councillor McNair.
Yes, Conservatives, I agree with much of what Councillor Sykes has said. We certainly support making it easier for residents to submit questions, giving them lots of time makes sense. It could have happened years ago. It is difficult for... Yeah, and they should be allowed more time to ask questions too.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone from the independents? No. Councillor Mackie, did you want to respond to the debate?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for your thoughtful responses. You certainly raised a lot of issues there, which could also be and should also be looked into, perhaps. But coming back to the report, the principle that our residents have raised and we are responding to is that they need to know what it is going to be on the agenda before they can decide whether they want to ask questions upon it. So for issues of democracy, transparency, being a responsive administration, being accessible and encouraging participation, I urge you to support this constitutional change. Thank you. Thank you.
I will now put the recommendations as set out in the report to the vote. Does the council agree? I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. Item 27 concerns the report on Youth Justice Plan 2026 to 2029. I will now call on Councillor Sheard to introduce this item.
I ain't got my name right this time. We're working.
It's written down right.
Madam Mayor, a criminal justice system is set up to do 4 different duties at the same time. Punishment for crime, deterrence from committing crime, protecting the community, and rehabilitation of an individual. In a balanced and well-organised system, each would help build on the other 3. However, following austerity measures from 2010 to 2024, the national system has skewed hard into punishment and deterrence at the neglect of rehabilitation. This is why I'm delighted to present our new youth justice plan, building on what has worked in our current complex adolescent strategy, whilst working with and for our next generation to improve the elements that need it. In a time when it feels that so much of society is geared up against young people, the plan continues to show that this administration's commitment to not giving up on any children, even those who some would rather see punishments as adults for their crime. To achieve this, we have presented a well-connected system which is designed from the ground up to intervene and assist young people before they make the mistake that could haunt them for the rest of their lives, all while improving the safety and well-being of young people, their families and the wider community. Using sites as the new Young Futures Hub, based in the appropriately named 6-7 Centre, we can work with the schools, youth groups and other partners to intervene when children are committing low-level ASB before it becomes a police matter. This can be done with projects such as Reboot, a one-to-one mentoring programme. This also allows us to defer prosecutions through diversion panels that can allow for our community to have a say on the outcome for our children. However, this strategy does not stop for those who have found themselves before a court. as programmes like the multi-agency packages offer a true alternative to locally to custody, get my words out, as well as the skill mill, a programme designed to help young people both develop skills for and find a job within the local community. This isn't just important for rehabilitation. It is a known fact that young people who are introduced to the criminal justice system are at higher risk of being groomed and exploited, whether that be within organised crime, financially abused or used for sexual assault. These are the children that need the community's protection the most. This is compounded by over 50% of these children having SEN or ECHPs. Leaving them simply to face the consequences of their actions is a dereliction of duty, and only serves to show that those looking down on the court's barrel have no future. It was Mark Twain who said, "The two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you learn why." In too much of the country, children are born into a poverty trap without good prospects at school and are led to believe that the reason they were born is only to be punished by their own society, with others believing that their actions are victimless. With this plan, we are helping restorative justice for those who need it, see the impact of their actions, support those who see no future, and a chance to support those who may make a mistake they can't hit Control-Z on. Last time we debated an item like this, Councillor Hill said that we shouldn't have any children in custody. Here is the roadmap and guiding hand on how we do that. And it's with this belief that I would hope that this whole room shares that we can approve this for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now move to the general debate. Who do I have from the Green Party? You have me? I think Councillor Shane. Hi. Councillor Sheard, it isn't, I'm very sorry to tell you this, it's not 6-7. And I know you're young enough to know about 67, and I'm old enough to know about 67, and 67 is when the council built the Moulscombe Centre, because it was due to put the report on the future of... Oh, sorry?
No, sorry.
I know he was. I'm just explaining the background. I can take off my time now. I'm explaining the background to the youth service, which has been obviously part of my whole life. So we do welcome this report, and you know, it's really good to see the adolescent strategy, including youth justice. I am always concerned about the amount of money that we spend on a few young people who obviously need money spent on them. But what we need to do is prevent, obviously, those young people needing so much money spent on them. So there is no finance in this report. I'm sure it exists somewhere. It says that we spend 33,000. We get a grant for 33,000. A lot of staff in this report is obviously a lot more of that. So I do think we do need to be doing more in prevention. I'm also welcoming, obviously, the government's youth hub. The report was a Tory government, and I mean, when I left the council in 2019, the then Labour council immediately cut a lot of money off the youth service, so I'm really glad to see that they're thinking of bringing that back. We just need some more supportive things for young people to do. I used to run a project for young people to do with outdoor activities, and I do remember one young man saying, the risk, you know, taking the risk of doing climbing or whatever it was like the same buzz that he was getting from doing sort of petty crime or doing drugs or whatever. So those sort of diversionary things are really good. And I just think it would be good to have more in this report about what goes on in that way, you know, across the city. I'm sure there are things that go on, not as much as probably should in terms of using the downs and the sea. A lot of young people never get those opportunities that you might get in wealthier families. Councillor Sheard's obviously right in terms of poverty being a big driver of crime generally. And so thank you for this, and let's see if we can put some more money back into community and grounds, provision for young people outside of school, getting a chance to meet other adults and do more interesting activities. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We in the Conservative Group wish to support the recommendations before us and to welcome the 2026-29 Youth Justice Plan. Youth justice is about striking the right balance. We have a duty to protect the public, support victims of crime and ensure that young people who offend are held accountable for their actions. But we also have a responsibility to help those young people address the causes of their behaviour so they do not go on to offend again. That is why prevention matters. Every young person diverted away from crime represents a better outcome, not only for them, but for victims, families, and our wider community. Prevention is certainly better than dealing with the consequences. The report rightly recognises that effective youth justice depends on strong partnership working between the Council, Sussex Police, the NHS, probation services, schools and the voluntary sector. No single organisation can meet these challenges alone, and it is encouraging to see these partnerships reflected throughout the plan. I also welcome the findings from the National Youth Agency review. Young people consistently tell us they need trusted adults, safe places to go, positive role models and practical support to prepare them for adulthood. These are sensible priorities that can make a real difference in steering young people away from crime and antisocial behaviour. As councillors, we should also continue to scrutinise whether this plan delivers measurable reductions in first-time entrance to the youth justice system, reductions in reoffending and better outcomes for young people receiving support. We owe it to residents to ensure that public money is being used effectively and these interventions genuinely make our communities safer. The report also highlights ongoing concern around short-term finding. While the three-year Youth Justice Board settlement provides greater certainty, many important intervention programmes continue to rely on annual grants. That uncertainty makes it more difficult to retain experienced staff and to plan services over the longer term. Stability is essential if we want to achieve lasting results. I welcome the report's recognition of disproportionality within the youth justice system. Every person should be treated fairly and consistently, regardless of background, while ensuring decisions remain based on evidence and circumstance. Continuing to monitor performance and challenge inequalities is an important part of maintaining confidence. Ultimately, successful youth justice is not simply about reducing crime statistics, it's about reducing numbers of victims, strengthening communities and giving young people the opportunity to make better choices and become responsible adults. Most young people who enter the youth justice system do not go on to become lifelong offenders, and many with the right support will go on to turn their lives around. Finally, I'd like to thank officers, youth justice professionals, police officers, probation staff, health colleagues, schools and voluntary organisations.
Extremely brief because we fully support the project. I think it's absolutely essential to have justice for young people. I'm really more interested in getting to the root cause of the problem rather than just acting as a punishment society. We don't really want to go back to the 18th and 19th centuries led by punishment. So, yeah, fully in favour of the plan and agree with everything that's been said beforehand. So, congratulations to the councillor Sheard and the team who put it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. So now I have Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy to second this report on the Youth Justice Plan. When we talk about youth justice, it's easy to focus on what happens after a young person has offended. But what this plan does well is to shift the focus much earlier. It asks how we stop children reaching this point in the first place. I was very interested to hear of Councillor Shanks's money concerns about the amount of money we're spending and what she considers to be quite a very small number of children. If we look at the 27 children that have been part of the Youth Justice Plan currently, it is estimated that each one of those members will have 30 in their extended family, if not more. When children are entering the youth justice system, it is not them alone who carry their burden. Their families also suffer, as I know too well, which is why this is very, very pertinent to me. In the last year, the number of first-time entrants into the youth justice system has fallen from 43 to 27. Reoffending has dropped from 34% to 23%, and fewer young people are ending up in custody than the year before. And those aren't just the stats that represent young people whose lives are taking different direction and fewer people becoming victims of crime. This report also reminds us that many of these children are carrying huge internal burdens before they ever come into contact with the justice system. more than half of the current youth justice cohort have special educational needs or education, health and care plans. This is why it is so important that our SEND reform plan talks about early diagnosis. Many have experienced trauma, poor mental health or exploitation. One statistic really stood out to me. Of the 10 children sentenced to custody over the last 2 years, 8 had already been identified as victims of criminal exploitation, and that tells us these are often vulnerable children who have been manipulated by adults, and it underlines why prevention has to come first, which was so clearly stated by Councillor Hogan there, talking about prevention. Thank you, Councillor Hogan, for the Conservative Party's support on this. I can see that you actually appreciate people and real changes and challenges rather than the cost. That is why I welcome the emphasis on diversion, mentoring and joined-up support through the Adolescent Service and the Young Futures Hub. And the report recognises that our agencies work together early enough, we can change the direction of a young person's life before they come trapped in a cycle of offending. This is a good plan, and it builds on what we're already working on, focuses what more needs to be done, and keeps the focus on giving young people the best possible chance to turn their lives around. And I'm very happy to second this report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hill?
Thank you for the work that you've done to produce this report to council officers and also for previous speakers. Life isn't easy often for young people in the city. And we know that levels of crime directly correlate with levels of deprivation, which is rising highest amongst young people. So young people at 16 in particular, they've struggled through continued austerity, catching up from time lost due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and now with extreme heat threatening school closures and closures of third spaces, it's becoming extremely difficult to have those spaces to connect with others. And additionally, with drug and alcohol use amongst young people, there is a significant and changing problem which connects significantly with violent crimes committed by young people. So we support prevention-based measures to help young people who are struggling with this, such as the Are You OK services. Partner working is an important part of this, so I'm also glad to read about the referral pathways that have been established via the NHS's A&E departments, paediatric hospital and other places. I want to highlight one point which has been raised formally in the report, where senior police, there are issues with 16 and 17-year-olds being referred to an online course, Drugs Link, instead of being referred to Are You OK, where they would receive one-to-one support from an experienced and qualified worker. So the RUK managers liaising with police to promote the referral of RUK for that cohort, and so I hope the correct practice can be established into the police work around this. As a society, it can be uncomfortable to talk about very young people having addiction issues, but it is a very real part of what a lot of teenage lives go through, and it can be dealt with through improving prospects for young people. Ensuring that young people are being policed in a fair and proportionate way will be something that greater council scrutiny should be focused on. And with the Sussex Police and Crime Commissioner powers moving to the Strategic Authority in future, I would hope that that's something where councillors will be able to use their voice to champion the needs of young people in relation to policing. So even when young people do things that harm others, we can't just discard them, we can turn lives around. So in that light, I welcome the priority in this report to reduce things like first-time entrants. And I'm also glad to see, as Councillor Grimshaw referenced, that Brighton and Hove is now below national average for reoffending rates for young people, having been above the national average in the past. So thank parties for their broad support for prevention-based and restorative justice methods. It's good to see, again, a bit more cross-party consensus on this, and certainly it is something that we should be willing to put money towards. I think there's just a concern around the fact that there isn't necessarily a specific ring-fenced support that's mentioned financially in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Do we have another speaker from the Conservatives? No? Okay. Thank you. Do you wish to respond to the debate?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll be quick, as I think that we have broad consensus across the chamber again for this. Just to say, Councillor Shanks, I think it's safe to say that my youth has caught me out again. I shall remember that it is 67 from now on.
Oh, hold on, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I did ask if you wanted to respond and I didn't get an answer. I did.
Sorry, is there one more speaker?
I think so. Wrong item, sorry, okay.
As far as the report in relation to finances go, there are some parts of this that are coming in from central government funding, such as the Young Futures Hub. I'd also just point out that it's prescribed in law the format of this report as it sits as part of the adolescent strategy that has been presented last week. But I'd also like to thank Councillor Hogan. She was right to point out the wider community and other organisations involved in this. I've always been a fan of the phrase, it takes a village. Today, it takes a city. And also, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Grimshaw for that speech. I know firsthand that her emotion that she speaks with is genuine and truly felt. And I'd really like to thank her for what she has brought here today. And just to end up, these councillors are absolutely right. These issues are awkward. Talking about children having addiction is awkward. Children being groomed is awkward. Children committing these crimes is awkward and an uncomfortable conversation. So I'm so glad we've had it and that we've done it in such a mature way. And I think we've really shown the best of our city in this chamber today. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Councillor Shears. I will now put the recommendations as set out in the report to the vote. Does the Council agree? Agree. I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. So we now move on to notices on motions. Item 28 concerns the notice of motion on Save Our Buses. I will now call on Councillor McNair to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor McNair, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do the public really want the council to take over the running of our buses? Setting timetables, routes and fares? I don't think so. We don't think so.
No.
So why does the administration want to do this? Is it really to make the service better, or to quote a council spokesperson in the Argus, to stop millions of pounds going into shareholders' pockets? Look at how well other council services work. There's a backlog of 8,000 repairs still in our social housing. This council still can't collect our rubbish on time. Half our schools are in deep financial difficulties. Adult social care is rated requires improvement. So why on earth does this Labour administration think they can run our buses better than Brighton and Hove buses?
Yeah.
Brighton and Hove buses work closely with the council, customers, residents and local community groups to deliver a service which Labour is now going to pay consultants £500,000 to re-examine. How would the council possibly replace the expertise the bus company has built up over the years? Brighton and Hove buses does make a profit. It's a great motivator to improve customer service, and it allows for well-paid jobs for local people and a modern bus fleet. Their job is to run a great bus service. Franchising would lead to a service run by a council with countless other demands and financial challenges. You would end up with councillors making politically motivated decisions on where buses should run and which voters to appease. And it wouldn't lead to cheaper fares. Reading, a council-run bus service, which has a council-run bus service, has higher young persons' fares than here. Even now, our increasingly nationalised train service is being cut back. 1 in 7 rail services are being cut on Avanti West Coast busiest routes, following a government request to reduce expenditure. Believe me, over the years, our bus service would be cut by a council with no money. Labour will point to Manchester. Manchester needed franchising because the multiple bus services weren't working together. There was market failure, which there isn't in Brighton. It was actually a Conservative government which gave Andy Burnham the legal powers and the money that made his Manchester bus scheme possible. Half of Manchester's B network operating costs are subsidised by central and local government. Half. Whereas 90% of Brighton and Hove's buses costs are funded by customers. If the government cuts the subsidy, the service suffers. With Brighton and Hove buses, our service is much more resilient to government whims. Andy's bus network is already in financial trouble. Bus revenue in Manchester is lower than expected. Bus usage is actually lower now than when Andy became mayor. Manchester is deeply in the red. So is this council. It just proves that mayors and mayoral authorities are no better at running things than councils. A study into bus franchising in the city in 2021 concluded that adoption of franchising would be detrimental to bus users and risky for the sponsoring authority, which would incur high potential costs to set up, with no guarantee its objectives would be met. This council has come unstuck with risky projects before. So we say, leave our buses alone. With this report into franchising, this sword of Damocles hanging over Brighton Hove buses, investment might start to dry up. Don't meddle with an essential service for commuters like me, tourists, families, and the disabled that you wouldn't be able to put back again if you broke it. Focus on the problems we already have. There are plenty.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. I call on Councillor Meadows to second.
Madam Mayor, I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. So now move to the general debate. Who do I have from the Greens? Councillor.
Madam Mayor, this motion takes a serious concern about public transport, council finances and service quality, and uses them to argue against investing in great democratic control of our buses. The feasibility study is not a commitment to franchising. It's how we establish the costs, risks and benefits before deciding. To say you shouldn't look into it because it might be a cost is rather like refusing a survey to look at your roof whilst there's leaking, costing in the long run. Waiting until 2028 means we will arrive at a new strategic authority with less evidence, less expertise, and less influence. The winners from that delay won't be passengers or workers. They will be the private operators whose commercial interests are already well represented. The previous Conservative government, this motion is just driving us nowhere. We have a well-used bus network, and that should be recognized. It highlights the need for more democratic accountability. Who decides fares? Who protects needed routes? Who ensures residents are not priced out of the network? The motion suffers from an inherent contradiction. Lament federalize while actively gatekeeping the very public control model needed to cap them. Difficult to miss. I know. My ideology is ideology. Theirs is not. When will we start listening, be a listening council? Come with us. For example, ask the residents of Holland for their views on the number 20 bus route. We must weight equality, duties, climate targets, and the need of residents least likely to complete a consultation. Public authority carry risks, private company take profit. They say it, they won't like it. We must explore solidarity-based options like public ownership, workforce protection, trade union involvement, and the long-standing affordable travel. Last week, our democracy took a step back, and I suggest to this chamber that our problem isn't public control or participation, it might be its suppression.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker from the Conservatives? Oh no, yeah, sorry, I'm going through the list now. It's in real debate. Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. Whilst I don't agree with everything that Councillor McNair said in his introduction to the motion, and I realise it's been partly overtaken by events in as much as government funding has now been agreed for the feasibility study, In terms of the feasibility study itself, as the motion says in part 2, it's vital that this includes as wide a consultation as possible. Unlike the Labour group, I'm not sure there will be widespread public support for the council to actually take over the running of our buses, particularly when they're run so well in the city at the moment. We all know the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, let's see if the feasibility study and the consultation bears that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Goddard.
Madam Mayor, quick welcome, warm welcome, Councillor Barton Ahmed, known to our family as Nadia. Now you've got time to weed our road after the by-election, but big warm welcome to the council. And in the spirit of collaboration, we all voted for Councillor Hill at the Fire Authority recently rather than democracy. They've got to put a motion that says, save our buses. Our childhoods were about the Tories privatising everything, not knowing the value of anything. This motion, and Councillor Choat will go into much more detail, but this motion is confused. Speak to you. I'd love to speak to you, but I was just speaking to Councillor Outrage. Madam Mayor, this local bus service has improved. And why do we think it has improved, Madam Mayor? I'm looking at you intently for those answers to why this bus service has improved. And hat tip, if I may, to Councillor Come With Us, Trevor Mooton, for his dedication, hard work to improving this bus service across our city. The new strategic authority wins £500,000 this week to conduct a feasibility study. Is there a better way, we have to ask ourselves, to run this bus service across Sussex? Let's call it the Martlet Network. I notice a number of people have wonderful little badges. Let's call it the Martlet Network. Let's integrate services. Let's prioritise communities that haven't had bus services before. And I have to say, to reject a feasibility study because you don't think it's going to be conducted correctly is, I think, bizarre. God knows what happens in McNair's lair. And as far as I'm concerned, these are, and you have to draw a line sometimes, these are the same old Tories. Yeah, putting reform into power in East Sussex.
You've reached your time. I'm sorry.
Putting reform into power in East Sussex and clobbering our buses. Same old Tories.
I think that's fine. Thank you. Do we have another speaker from the Greens? I think it's two speakers. Yeah.
How do you follow that? I know, yeah. Settle down. Settle down. Yeah, this is like an existential moment listening to this from the Tories. I'm obviously obliged to say at a time when reducing car dependency is central to tackling congestion, air pollution, carbon emissions, delaying the collection of evidence on how a bus network might be strengthened completely sends the wrong signal. Now, obviously, we really welcome the news today from the Leader of the Council about the funding. It's magnificent. But what you've got to think about is that we could end up with a county mayor that is probably more of a fan of private motor vehicles. And even if they are slightly attracted to buses, they won't be able to make the decision for another 18 months. It seems like such a waste of money for in such a time of financial peril. Saying that our bus service is expensive is opinion more than facts, and depends where you compare it to. But it is good to see in a change of core ideology from the Conservatives that they now are supporting subsidies. Who knew? Especially ones that were won originally under a Green administration. As we heard from the Leader of the Council, government funding is now available and flowing to the SBSA. So delaying this could mean losing money, delaying evidence gathering, and crucially the improvement of our bus services. If bus services aren't held up enough by traffic, this Conservative notice of motion wants us to wait for nearly 2 years for improvements. Now, I'm obviously contractually obliged to remind the Chamber that vehicle ownership in the UK increases by 2% every year and has doubled since the year 2000, so we need drastic and bold action immediately. to tackle this, and I don't really think that the party behind me is ever going to be able to rise to that challenge. Now, of course, Greens support bus franchising, but it must be with accessibility, inclusivity, affordability at its core, and not the feathering of shareholders' nests. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows, do you want to respond? You want to speak? Sorry.
I understand, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Zolak. Sorry, I'm getting beyond myself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you to Councillor Goddard for throwing me under the bus by claiming I have greater knowledge on this than I do. But I mean, where to begin with this nomination to save our buses? It's the same old use of catastrophising clickbait catchphrases in a vain attempt to remain relevant that we've come to expect from our beloved Conservative group. I'm only amazed the very own councillor for Facebook isn't making the most of this opportunity. But at least they have the good decency to recognise the brilliant service that exists in the city. As a daily user of the bus myself, I'm certainly one of the satisfied passengers. It's quite clear, however, that they missed the point here entirely. The success of our buses is in no small part because of the role we already play as a local authority, from subsidising fares to investment in the infrastructure that allow these frequent services to run. It's only sensible that we utilise the feasibility study to investigate whether a better alternative to the current system is possible for our residents, without committing us one way or the other. I know also that their reference to the increased service of the privately controlled bus service in Bristol seems to ignore the fact that it was almost entirely down to the tens of millions of pounds of investment from the public purse by way of the bus service improvement plan. I suppose that's the beauty of those who champion the free market environment. It can so often willfully ignore the free handouts that from the taxpayers that they often claim they detest. The potential benefits of bus franchising are well documented. Not least, it could allow us to explore opening better routes into our communities on the boundaries of our city, which is something residents there have been crying out for years. I certainly know my family in Woodingdean were. I mean, these used to be wars that your former colleagues would win. I mean, I hope these needs aren't irrelevant now that you can't win there. That would be such a shame for us. Now, as Councillor Atkinson outlined, the public may not want this. We have no intention of blindly adopting a franchise model through ideological dogma. This is merely a commitment to explore whether we can ensure a vital part of our city's infrastructure can better meet community needs, rather than those of commercial interests. There's no reason to allow your own ideological dogma to interfere in that.
Thank you, Councillor Zolak. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm beginning to get a sense of how this notice of motion will play out. Because we know that many residents are concerned about the council taking over their buses. Many residents have expressed their concerns to me at ward surgeries recently about political priorities, particularly as to why only Whitehall has a £1 bus fare. Other areas are asking why they too can't have cheaper fares. Now, we understand the budget constraints, but residents only see the political decision for Whitehall. We do have a much better service than many other areas, and we won't talk about inside in the countryside or anything because they don't even have a bus service. Our services are usually 10 minutes every day. We believe the council should concentrate on the areas they have responsibility for first and do them well, rather than taking on more responsibility and stretching the budget so the council cannot deliver any services properly. In this chamber, there is a dangerous need to take things in-house, and we have seen the catastrophes that have happened, whether that's in housing or any other area that the council have taken services in-house. Residents don't want the change to a council-run venture. Labour may want it, Greens may want it, but if residents do not support the end result of this feasibility study result, will Labour, as the administration, honour that?
Councillor McNair, did you want to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. They talk about a feasibility study, but they've already decided they want franchising. I'd like to stress that under franchising, fares will go up. The service will worsen. Politicians will meddle while pretending they are listening to residents. Why fix something that is not only not broken, but is one of the best services in the country?
Thank you, Councillor McNair. I will now put the motion to the vote. Can I ask all those in favour to put a show of hands, please? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion has been lost. Item 29. Oh, I think that was just time. Item 29 concerns the notice of motion on extreme heat. I will now call on Councillor Hill to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Hill, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Winter on steroids. That was the description of the recent heatwave that we heard at the last Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee by senior NHS colleagues describing what it was like in our local A&E department. This is entirely preventable, and we have a duty of care both to our council staff and local residents, which this notice of motion seeks to add specific recommendations to. Working when it's hot can be unbearable and dangerous. It can lead to dehydration, muscle cramps, rashes, fainting, and in the most extreme cases, loss of consciousness. Outdoor workers are 3 times more likely to develop skin cancer. So is this motion about councillors trying to bunk off for a day? No. We can work just fine in this air-conditioned chamber during hot weather, but other workers don't have that luxury. And we need to adapt quickly more broadly to extreme heat and also not put people at unnecessary risk by forcing those who are working into unsafe working environments. I think it's worth noting that it was the right thing to do when the council asked, for instance, for City Parks workers to stop working during the height of the heat wave in June. We have a responsibility to consider the feels-like temperature that considers additional factors like humidity and UV rays when considering when it's safe to work. We need clear rules that guide this, though. While dealing with high surrounding temperatures may be necessary for emergency services such as firefighters for short periods, mitigations and monitoring is needed. Unlike emergency services, no office worker should need to be at risk sweltering in heat in a maladapted workplace. While staff are not expected to work indoors when the temperature drops below 16 degrees or 13 degrees if they do physically demanding work, there are no similar restrictions for when the workplace becomes too hot. Other countries like France do have more maximum temperature requirements and regulations, whilst the UK doesn't. Your employer is expected to prevent your workplace being uncomfortably hot, but those specific guidance are lacking. I'm not going to say I know exactly what exactly should be set, but I do think that Trade Union Congress's too hot to work guidance should frame our responsibilities to council staff, and I ask the council to formally endorse the TUC's campaign for a maximum workplace temperature, and for our council leader to write to the relevant minister, who I think remains Fadden, to start the work of turning this into law. I also note Hannah Spencer MP's private member's bill on maximum temperature, and I think we should all support that. Anyone who's been on a bus recently will know how difficult the bus journeys are in the heat, especially for vulnerable residents, as we can't allow heat to be a barrier to travel, so I urge additional work with the local bus network to ensure the safety both of staff and passengers during heat wave. Installing cooling units such as air conditioning or air source heat pumps in things like care homes and local schools will be a matter of life and death in the future and is right now. Where possible, these should be supported by solar panels to reduce their carbon emissions impact and integrated into wider retrofitting work. Work towards achieving net zero has to go hand in hand with adaptation. As well as indoor spaces, many outdoor areas of our city lack sufficient shade and water fountains. We have less street trees compared with many cities, and so planting more drought-resistant street trees is a key part of adaptation. Our city plan has to future-proof our city, and so I want officers to integrate adaptation to extreme heat into our urban and spatial planning. I note that the Labour motion later covers some of the similar topics here and raises the need for cool spaces. I hope that we can pass both motions today, as I believe they complement one another effectively. Finally, I'd like to thank Councillor Earthy for his group's support for this motion, as well as to everyone working towards net zero and climate adaptation in the city. This is something which is going to be an increasing issue going forward, and we need to work cross-party, collaboratively, to fight an existential threat to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earthy, I call you to second the motion. Councillor.
Yes, can I reserve the right to speak later?
Thank you. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Climate change is no longer a prediction, it is a reality. Across Europe, we've witnessed unprecedented temperatures, with parts of France recently experiencing temperatures approaching 40 degrees. Heat waves are becoming more frequent, longer lasting and more intense, and as a result, it is right we discuss how we protect employees in the workplace. However, I do not believe the answer is to introduce a single mandatory maximum workplace temperature, nor do I believe that workplaces should simply follow a blanket approach, that employees should not attend work whenever a heat wave is declared, because each workplace is different. A single maximum temperature may sound simple in practice, but in reality it fails to recognise the enormous differences between working environments. An air conditioner or outdoor construction site all present different challenges. Temperature alone does not determine whether work is safe. Humidity, ventilation, physical workload, direct sunlight, access to drinking water, protective clothing and the health of the individual employees are all equally important factors. For example, someone undertaking heavy manual labour at 28 degrees may face greater heat stress than someone performing office work at 31 degrees in a well-ventilated building. A legal temperature limit would therefore risk being both restrictive in some settings and insufficiently protective in others. Secondly, as mentioned, we should be cautious about adopting a blanket expectation that employees should not attend work during heat waves. Essential public services, including healthcare, emergency services, utilities, transport and many other sectors must continue to operate. A policy that simply discourages attendance whenever temperatures rise could have serious consequences for the public, businesses, public services and the wider economy. Instead of asking whether people should come to work, we should ask if the work can be carried out safely, shifting the focus from arbitrary rules to effective risk management. Employers already have legal duties to assess workplace risks. These duties should include heat-related risks, and employees should be expected to adopt working practices where necessary, rather than relying on a rigid temperature threshold. We've already seen local schools make adaptations to deal with rising temperatures. Employers can look at ventilation, providing readily available drinking water, encourage flexible working hours, train managers to recognise heat exhaustion, increase rest times and pay attention to employees who may be more physically vulnerable. Climate change demands that employees evolve, but good policy should be evidence-based, proportionate and adaptable. One-size-fits-all rules rarely deliver the best outcomes. Our objective should not simply be to stop work when temperatures rise, or indeed when they fall, because let's not forget...
Councillor Hogan, we've reached time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilkins.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to see that so many councillors are concerned about the changing climate and our resilience to it here in Brighton and Hove, with two motions making largely the same argument that we need to do more on adaptation to heat. In terms of the specific resolutions in the joint motion proposed, Workplace temperatures are dealt with by the Health and Safety Executive via the approved Code of Practice for the Workplace, which currently dates back to 1992, obviously when extreme heat was a lot lower down the agenda than it is now. The government has recently confirmed that the HSE is reviewing this Code of Practice to ensure it's fit for purpose for the modern age, and that there will be a consultation in due course. Noting the TUC campaign, and given that the guidance on lower temperature limits has been in place for some time, we certainly support a move towards establishing a definition of what a reasonable upper limit should be. But given that this is already under review, we don't think a letter from the Leader of the Council is necessary at this stage. However, we will certainly make our voices heard as part of the upcoming consultation process. Regarding the other resolutions in this motion, there are some specific actions included that we may well seek to progress as part of the work we're proposing in our motion, and we'll hear a bit more about that a little bit later. And the combination of our two motions, I think, clearly demonstrates that we're all of the view that more action is needed. Despite agreeing with much of what's been said so far, we won't be voting for the notice of motion, but only because the core focus overlaps so largely with what we're proposing ourselves. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. Do I have any more speakers from the Greens?
Yeah. Hiya. That's a shame. Madam Mayor, too many feel safe from climate catastrophe and extreme temperatures simply because they're comfortable right now, sitting in air-conditioned rooms like this uber-cool chamber, even though they do actually have far more in common with those trying to survive on minimum wage than the billionaires driving climate breakdown. This summer, we've been scorched by a series of fatal heat waves that have contributed to the deaths of almost 3,000 people from heat-related causes in May and June alone in England and Wales. This extreme heat is a new normal, and 2026 may yet be one of our coolest summers we see again. It should worry every single person in this room because our city is not ready. Our infrastructure, houses, care homes, schools and parks, the places where we live, learn and are cared for, were built for a climate that no longer exists. We saw the democratic cost of this firsthand at the Goldsmith by-election, where the high temperatures became a genuine barrier to people exercising their right to vote on polling day. It's a reality we can face head-on, or we can add it to the pile of problems being stored up for the future. But none of these are problems. They are live and getting worse right now, especially for workers on minimum wage and those who keep our city running. I hope we are all aware of the risks facing our council staff, working day in and day out for the public good. While we take the cold relatively seriously, there is no evidence strategy for the extreme heat, which doesn't even need to be extreme to be dangerous to life, and that gap in planning left staff perilously at risk in the recent heat waves. I've spoken with street sweepers who've described how even small changes would go a long way. More flexibility between work patterns, and more clarity on what to do when someone feels unwell or shows signs of heat stroke. Is that guidance being communicated to staff? Are they even made aware, for instance, how certain medications and hot weather interact, given that antidepressants and anxiety medications put people at much higher risk of heat-related illness, since they interfere with the body's natural ability to regulate its own temperature and reduce a person's heat tolerance? The Council's own health and safety policy, covering 2025 to 28, sets out its intention to guarantee a safe, inclusive, accessible working environment. It states, and I quote, "The Council is committed to ensuring the health, safety, welfare of all staff, members, teachers, contractors and others, and that in reducing the risk of the Council community, it will work to allow the above groups to carry out their activities without detriment to health, safety and well-being, and that it commits to ensuring all significant risks that may arise are identified and assessed, and that suitable and sufficient measures to eliminate and prevent and manage risks to staff are put in place." Even Victorian Britain understood that extreme heat at work needed a hard rule. In 1889, Parliament passed the Cotton Cloth Factory Act, capping the temperature in Lancashire cotton mills at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, about 21 degrees C, and this was backed up by guidance and genuine enforcement. So, Madam Mayor, I hope we all recognise our duty to take seriously the existential threat that extreme heat presents to life, and we vote this motion through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any more speakers from the Conservatives? Councillor Fairbairn.
Right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I cannot support this notice of motion. It's requesting the Leader of the Council to consider writing to a non-existent minister unless our new Prime Minister has created a new ministry. What is the maximum workplace temperature to be? If the temperature is above whatever this notional figure is, then where is it suggested the workers go? The weather has not been as hot this year as in 1976, so it could be another 50 years before we see temperatures like this again. People in southern Europe, for example, regularly live and work for longer summers in higher temperatures than we do in this country. People need to be sensible, like my elderly mother, and stay indoors and keep hydrated. It is usually cooler indoors than outside. I'm not sure whether these very expensive new houses that have enormous windows, they may find that rather warm in hot weather. People need more elderly people actually die in the winter in the cold than in the summer. Our homes are always built with cold weather in mind. Many offices have fans or air conditioning and I would have thought that all newly built or refurbished offices would have air conditioning installed. So these employees will be better off at work. I'm not sure what you mean about working with local buses. The buses I've been in lately get too cold, as this council chamber seems to at times. And even my doctor's surgery had to take a cardigan along because it's so cold. Who is going to pay for existing schools and care homes to put in heat pumps and solar panels? The Conservative group is of the view that our country and city should be considering many other pressing problems and not this notice of motion. We will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Gilmore.
Our buses are too cold. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to start by thanking Councillor Hill for bringing this motion forward. I was going to say I don't think there's any disagreement in the Chamber about extreme heat. But listening to the Conservative group, maybe they spend too much time in this chamber and they think it's kind of cold all year round. It's certainly something I've certainly noticed in my own life. This summer, my college, Basvic, closed for 2 heat days, something I'd never thought I'd see and was also delighted about. We get the occasional snow day, but not a beach day. But more seriously, with the red warning in place, I chair my athletics club and I have to cancel the track sessions because it just simply wasn't safe for the kids who train to run around in those temperatures. So those are just some small examples, some tangible examples that maybe the Conservatives can kind of get out and see what it's like. The question this evening isn't whether we should act. I think absolutely, as Councillor Hill said, we should be acting. But as Councillor Roken has already explained, the government is actively considering the code of practice that covers workplace temperatures. Given that employment legislation sits at the national level and that work is already underway, I don't think that's where the Council can be at its greatest value. Our focus should be on the things we can influence locally, how we can prepare our city, protect our most valuable residents, and build that need of resilience into the system. I think that's where the Labour motion heard shortly takes the discussion a step further. It doesn't just look at one part of the problem, it's asking how Brighton Hove prepares for hotter summers as a whole, although I do note what Councillor Hill said in their speech. London has recently launched its Heat Ready London plan, and there's lots we can learn from that approach. It's about cold spaces, bringing organisations together, making sure the city is ready for the challenge that more frequent heat waves will bring. That's why our motion looks at practical things the council can actually do, looking at the map of cool spaces that residents can use, bringing together the NHS, schools, housing providers, emergency services, community organisations, all around a heatwave partnership. So I appreciate why this motion is being brought forward, and I think it raises some more important issues. Indeed, includes some practical steps that we may well take forward as part of our work to improve our resilience. But I don't think we need 2 motions trying to achieve the same thing. And I think the Labour motion gives us the chance to take that wider perspective, put in place a joined-up approach that will help Brighton Hove deal with the hotter summers. And so for that reason, I sadly won't be supporting this motion, but I do hope that other colleagues in the Chamber will think about supporting the Labour one later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. I note that the Council has been in session for 4 hours, excluding adjournments, and therefore, having regard to the Constitution, I need to move a closure motion to terminate the meeting. I therefore move that the meeting should be terminated subject to completing the outstanding business by way of a vote on each outstanding item. Should the vote be in favour to terminate the meeting? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I note that the motion to terminate the meeting has not been carried and will therefore continue with the order of business. I think Councillor Hove.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the Greens. I'm very pleased to second this motion. If Councillor Theobald really believed what she just said, she should spend an hour in the National Grid control room, but more on that later. The problem is that longer, hotter, more humid summers is here to stay for the foreseeable future. So no matter what Labour's net zero programme achieves, we won't see any improvement until the 22nd century. Indeed, things are going to get a lot worse over the short term. As you can probably tell, I work in the energy industry, and already leading players are asking if this summer will be the new winter in terms of peak system load, but I'll return to that with Labour later. Our housing and much of our commercial building stock is geared for heat retention. Air conditioning capacity is low compared with the USA. The glib response from yesteryear is that people will say, oh, I just have to sweat it out, based on the observation that the UK heat waves normally didn't last any more than 4 days before ending in violent thunderstorms and collapsing temperatures to seasonal norms. It's not the olden days anymore. Things have changed. For now, the only course of action appears to be the wholesale equipping of buildings, starting with hospitals, schools and care homes, with cooling systems. Ideally, this would be air-to-air heat pumps, which double as heaters in winter and air conditioners in summer. Initially, we guess that many of these would be portable units installed as a stopgap, pending something more permanent and net zero friendly. Yes, we know this will cost a fortune to implement, but it is an emergency after all. So maybe the Labour administration could ask Farnborough, and I apologise if I pronounce her name wrong, the new energy minister, how she plans to handle the next few years when there's a gap between cooling load and matching renewable generation and storage. It's not as if we didn't know this situation was coming. Longer, hotter summers and power grid capacity constraints have been warned about for years. But taking these short-term practical measures risks us into taking a knee-jerk ready-fire-aim road in which we achieve no more than short-term mitigation of the symptoms. There must be robust local and national policy framework that governs our strategy for medium and long-term adaptation. So firstly, this council must add an extreme heat scenario to the current and future city plan covering protection of the vulnerable and workers' rights. We need to get this scenario planned, budgeted and implemented as soon as possible, and we hope this will be a cross-party initiative. Secondly, this council must lobby central government to introduce legislation mandating maximum work, school and care place temperatures, but recognising that this legislation could take years to introduce. Temporarily, this council could and should strive to protect workers' rights by implementing a TUC guidance. We need to take care to ensure the welfare of any professions who, by the nature of their work, are exempted. Of course, many workers, such as seafront and park workers, construction maintenance, and of course our bin crews, perform their duties almost entirely outside. So we think the best way to protect them is to create shift patterns that reflect intraday temperature profile and provide extra natural shade or air-conditioned shelters for them to take refuge in the afternoon's peak temperatures. So we hope that we'll be able to get through the current summer on a wing and a prayer, but going forward, we must create a robust plan for adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hove. Councillor Hill, do you want to respond to the debate? Thank you.
Thanks. So just to say, firstly, with the Ministry for Labour, I accept that's not the name of the ministry, but it is a matter pertaining to labour issues, although I get it's the DWP's remit. I disagree with a lot of Councillor Theobald's speech, but I do concur with her that new builds are often very bad at dealing with heat, which is why the motion talks about spatial planning and the city plan, which is also something the Labour norm doesn't. I'll also just add that it's important to recognise that it's not just a national ask that we're considering the TUC's campaign. We also can start to implement it locally immediately, and I think we're already doing some of the things that it involves, but having specific guidance that's been written by the collective of trade unions that we recognise is something that we should do. I think that we have two motions here that both do separate things, but both talk about topics that are connected to one another, indeed often the same topic, but they have different asks. And that's why I think it's worth supporting both of them. So look, the council leader writes to ministers frequently, and yes, I'm glad that there's consideration being done towards this, but I don't think it harms anything in terms of the council's work to have a council leader write to support something where there's cross-party support. The fact that we come here together in a chamber gives us a greater collective voice, actually, and so supporting this norm would be positive towards that, whereas voting against it is just a wrong approach. And I think it's a very partisan approach, as you're voting down a motion that you're saying that you agree with. It seems though it's just because it's being proposed by the Green Group, and I think that's a bad way to do politics, particularly on such a vital issue. So look, I think we should be working towards, I mean, we heard a bit about we can't afford solar panels from Councillor Theobald, but, you know, actually, I mean, I was speaking to a Reform councillor recently who's just got solar panels put in his house. They're a great investment financially. You know, we've just seen oil prices fly over $100 a barrel. So energy costs are clearly going to be skyrocketing in the context of the Iran war, and therefore the savings that you get from solar panels are immense. So even putting aside the net zero aspect, I think we do need to be working towards solar, and obviously that's something that Labour NOM does reference, so I recognise that. But look, if climate change is a reality, and we've heard that from Councillor Hove, and I have to question the fact that Kemi Badenoch has said that she won't allow any candidates who support net zero by 2050. So on the one hand, we're hearing from the Conservative group, climate change is a reality. On the other hand, we're hearing from their party leader, you know, let's not have any candidates who effectively are willing to do anything about climate change. That's a fundamental tension at the heart of your party, and I think it's really disappointing, because even if I might disagree with some of the you know, past Conservatives on certain issues like Zach Goldsmith, you know, he and I probably have different views on many things, but we both care about, you know, the climate and net zero, same with some of the Conservatives' Lords. So I think that change in the Conservative Party that's happened over the years is a deeply disappointing
Hill,
one.
you've now reached your time.
Thank you.
I will now put the motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Abstentions. Right. I can confirm that the motion has been lost. Item 30 concerns the notice of motion on resisting hostile immigration policies. We'll now call on Councillor Barton Ahmed to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Barton Ahmed, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Last month, I was elected by the people of Goldsmith to represent them in this chamber. That is a great honour, and I thank all the members who have congratulated me today. I know that our city is one of compassion, a city where we look out for our neighbours and where we are made stronger by our differences. Our determination to come together and support one another is far more powerful than any attempts to divide us. It is this compassion that makes Brighton and Hove a place of sanctuary for those seeking peace, stability and the promise of a better life. As the Carnival Against Fascism demonstrated, this city will always stand against those who seek to intimidate members of our community. Residents are proud to live in a city that makes it clear that migrants are welcome, and I support the work undertaken by the administration to foster belonging, inclusion and opportunity. As a recognised city of sanctuary, this council has shown commitment to building common ground and supporting those seeking refuge. But let us be clear, this does not reflect the national picture. Over the last decade, migrants have been increasingly scapegoated, ostracised and intimidated, both through political rhetoric and state action. When national government continues to criminalise people unable to produce the correct documentation, this council must do more. This notice of motion condemns the increase in immigration raids, which disproportionately target some of the most vulnerable members of our communities, people fleeing war, persecution and climate catastrophe. I am asking this council to stand up for the rights of all residents and, where legally possible, refuse assistance in this cruel expansion of Home Office powers. Each of us here have the opportunity and responsibility to ensure that this council represents and protects every member of our community. To do so, we must critically examine any involvement in systems that perpetuate inequality and racism. The hostile environment policy is inherently discriminatory. It disproportionately impacts black and brown communities, working class people, and those employed in low-wage sectors. The outsourcing of immigration enforcement to local services embeds suspicion and racial profiling into everyday life. While immigration raids are, in principle, supposed to require consent or a warrant, in practice this safeguard is often absent. Significant power imbalances leave many people unable to assert their rights. This motion calls for greater transparency around those secretive and under-scrutinised operations, including any information sharing agreements that may facilitate them. The impact of raids extends far beyond those with insecure immigration status. They create a culture of fear across entire migrant communities, many of whom already live with uncertainty and insecurity. By pushing border enforcement into everyday life, people are made to feel unsafe in their homes, workplaces and neighbourhoods. Far from making workplaces more secure, these practices make them less safe. They discourage people from reporting exploitation, unsafe conditions and abuse. Not only are raids cruel and unethical, they are also ineffective. Evidence shows they frequently involve the questioning of British citizens, disproportionately affecting people of colour, particularly those of South Asian heritage, like myself. Any involvement by the Council in hostile environment policies risks undermining trust in public services that we provide, putting those services further out of reach for the people who need them most. The Home Office has reported a 77% immigration enforcement visits between July 2024 and December 2025, while local campaigners estimate that 2 to 3 raids take place in Brighton and Hove every week. Let us be clear about the purpose and effects of these raids. They exclude, divide and intimidate members of our community. These hostile environment policies have no place in a compassionate society. If we are serious about our commitment to being a city of sanctuary, then we cannot allow the Home Office to continue to question people's right to belong. To truly live up to that vision, we must examine our relationship to systems of oppression and move towards a clear firewall between council services and those that enforce immigration raids. We rightly celebrate Brighton and Hove as a city that champions diversity, tolerance and inclusion, but we must also be willing to challenge the state intimidation that intimidates the most vulnerable members of our community. By doing so, we send a clear message to our migrant and marginalised communities. You are safe, you are welcome, and you belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Barton Ahmed, on your maiden speech. I call on Councillor Goldsmith to second the notice of motion.
I'd like to second the motion and formally reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Sankey. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand to propose the Labour amendment to the Green Group notice of motion. I'm proud to lead a city whose name is a national byword for care, compassion and welcome. And I'm a product of this city, which is why before entering politics, I spent many years campaigning for human rights, particularly of migrants and people seeking asylum, and making our laws more humane. And it's in this spirit that I bring the amendment today. Madam Mayor, I was disappointed, but perhaps not surprised to see this notice of motion. True to form, it appears that the Green Group have not done their own research, nor brought their own ideas into this chamber, but have rather produced a carbon copy of a notice of motion that is doing the rounds in Green Groups across the country. Madam Mayor, our amendment does 3 things. First, it importantly records the facts and inserts some local context into this issue. Firstly, that this city was at its most hostile to migrants, particularly vulnerable migrant children, when we had a Conservative government and when the Green Group led this council. Madam Mayor, 137 asylum-seeking children went missing in this city on their watch. And despite my pleas, despite my begging their former leader and deputy leader, despite calling an emergency full council meeting to ask that lawyers be instructed to get the hotel shut down, the Green Group ignored me. They stonewalled the Labour Group, and they allowed vulnerable children to be abducted by serious organised crime groups. The Greens voted down the Labour amendment, siding with the Conservatives at that emergency meeting, and they refused to take.
Thank you. There's a point of information.
I think the Council Chamber needs to look at the references, which there's no such thing as a point of information. Okay, for personal clarification,
Because she's allowed to do she's not allowed to do a point of personal clarification. Yeah, I mean, I was part of that administration, and I would say that we acted entirely on the council's legal advice on that matter. And so, you know, the legal advice changed, I think, when Councillor Sankey first came in, but that was what we did. And I think to accuse us of discriminating against vulnerable children is absolutely ridiculous in terms of, you know, our politics, our concerns for welfare, etc. I think it's a gross. No, I'm sorry, but you're not really meant to make a speech. You're meant to just do a point of clarification, which you've now done. Yes, you can continue.
Councillor Shanks, the truth hurt, and it was only when Labour took control of this council that we took action.
We went to the High Court and we won, meaning not only was the hotel shut down, but we changed national policy to ensure that vulnerable children seeking asylum get the protection that they need. Not only that, it was a Labour government that scrapped the Rwanda scheme and started processing asylum cases again. The two biggest interventions you can make to dismantle the hostile environment. Our amendment, Madam Mayor, provides the information that is being sought more efficiently than through a cabinet report. It clarifies that we don't have information sharing agreements with the Home Office, and under my leadership, that is never going to change. Finally, we are amending this motion to make clear the scale of our ambition, which is always so much greater than the Green Group. Rather than navel about involvement in which doesn't happen, we are setting out our positive vision for reform of the asylum system, which would help meet our new government's goal to eradicate rough sleeping, extending the move-on period, granting people seeking asylum the right to work, launching local authority-led accommodation pilots, and restoring the right to family reunion. I ask full council to endorse this Labour Group amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor, would you like to second the motion, please?
Madam Mayor, Brighton and Hove has a long and proud history of being city of sanctuary. For many years, our city has welcomed people feeling war, persecution, violence, and recognizing that every person deserves safety, dignity, and chance to rebuild their life. As a Labour councillor, I believe our city's greatest strength lies in the people of Brighton and Hove. Brighton and Hove city is enriched by people of different backgrounds, cultures, faiths, or no faiths, who live, work, and contribute to our communities every day. Our diversity is one of our greatest strengths, and it makes our city a better place for everyone. I have had the privilege of working alongside organizations such as Voice and Exile, One Voice Partnership, faith group, charities, and other dedicated volunteers. Their work provides practical support to refugees, people seeking asylum, while building understanding across our communities. They show us that compassion is not just something we believe in, it is something we demonstrate through our action. We also saw the character of our city. 2011, ADL came in our city. 2024, right wing came. And during the recent peaceful counter demonstration, over 4,000 of residents came together to reject racism, hatred, and division. They showed that Brighton and Hove will always be stronger when we stand together in solidarity than when we allow fear to divide us. Migrants and refugees contribute enormously to our city every single day. They work in our NHS, care services, school, universities, businesses, volunteer organizations. They are entrepreneurs, researchers, students, carers, hospitality workers, and volunteers. They pay taxes, support our local economy, strengthen public services on which we rely on. They are not defined where they born. They are our neighbors, colleagues, friends, and fellow residents. Labour has always believed that everyone should be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. We reject attempts to narrative vulnerable people for challenges that require real political solutions. Strong communities are built through inclusion, opportunity, and mutual respect, not through fear, prejudice, division, or control. Today, this Council has the opportunity to reframe what Brighton and Hove stand for. Be a human being. We remain proud to be City of Sanctuary. We will continue to work with organizations such as One Voice Partnership, Voice and Access, and our main communities.
You've reached time.
Thank you.
Councillor McNair. Turn it off, sorry. Oh, he's done it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Arguments that suggest all asylum seekers and refugees are victims, as this NOM advocates, is not an honest judgment. This NOM unhelpfully hints at support for the Council finding ways to work against the government. Recent protests don't demonstrate what the vast majority of the city think. They simply prove that a few thousand people enjoy a protest. Protesting is not debating what is, after all, a complex issue. I live with a refugee, my mother-in-law. My wife has indefinite leave to remain, a scheme under threat from some parts of the political spectrum. So we know how hard, intrusive, and expensive the legal route is to life in the UK. I work with international students whose numbers are significantly down in this city. We're not that welcoming. So like many, both my family life and my bread and butter rely on immigration. I don't know how much state intimidation the new policies will produce, but there are many politicians and advocacy groups that argue for an open door policy. Everyone's welcome, which I think this NOM supports. This kind of policy helps lead to a hostile environment for immigrants in general because it is not sustainable, not a sustainable social economic policy or democratic. Residents see their services straining. They see a lack of housing. They see the ethnic makeup of their neighbourhood change and are dismissed as racist if they complain. I reckon many, maybe most immigrants who come here through the legal route themselves would support a robust immigration system as they see an open-door policy as inherently unfair. The Conservative government and most British people welcomed tens of thousands of Ukrainians, Afghans and Hong Kong residents. Let's recognise the social and economic benefits immigrants bring and provide robust arguments in their support. Labour and Conservatives have failed to do this. Shabana Mahmood is trying to sort it out with policies popular with Labour supporters, if not her MPs. Labour might point to falling net migration figures, but that's because so many people have left the country. Too many are continuing to cross the channel, many are illegal. We should discuss the need for established safe routes outside the country, but whatever system is in place, it needs to be fair, sustainable and robust. Labels such as City of Sanctuary are meaningless to residents who live in terrible social housing. Likewise, we need to recognise that some asylum seekers are illegal. If they are illegal, they should be treated robustly and not allowed to stay. Otherwise, there will be an anti-immigration backlash which none of us would support.
Do we have any more speakers? I think Councillor Goldsmith, would you like to respond? Second the motion, thank you.
Yeah, I'm slightly shocked by what I just heard there. Did I mishear the ethnic makeup of our neighbourhoods changing and people being upset about that? That's just... What the fuck? I'm sorry, but...
You can't say that.
Well, I did. if we're going to talk about like legal routes, they've been all but abolished, and your government had a huge part in that. I'm sorry, I've been thrown by what
Councillor Goldsmith, I'm really sorry, but I think Councillor Earthy wants to speak, and I'm sure that he probably needs to speak before you.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you're coming back. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm probably going to make many friends by saying this, because I'm probably going to change the subject slightly. Mine is procedural. From what I've seen from the Labour amendment, it takes grammatical meaning of the word amendment beyond breaking point. They appear to have completely rewritten the Green NOM rather than actually amended it. Now, the irony for me for this situation is that had Labour put it forward as a standalone NOM in its own right, I probably would have voted for it, because there's lots of things that it says I don't actually object to. What I do object to is standing here listening to this debate on which are fundamentally two NOMs that are closely related. They become bastardised together. The Green original makes some pretty strong assertions, which I don't even know if they're right or not, but I would like to have explored it in debate to get to the bottom of what they were saying. But instead of that, whatever they're saying, whatever they meant, has now been completely overwritten by the Labour amendments. So I don't know if there's a point of order or what. I can't really vote for this either way, because to me it doesn't seem to be something legitimate to vote on. It's just a complete dog's breakfast. Sorry.
Councillor Goldsmith, would you like to continue? Unless we haven't got any more speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. I will try not to swear this time. I'm not going to deal anymore with that, but I would like to address the Labour amendments. Once again, very little of the actual motion remains. Valid criticism has been completely removed and instead replaced with some selective truths and warped information which paints a perfectly rosy picture of what the government has been up to. Our original motion was not just something doing the rounds in green circles. It was based on a template from the Migrant Champions Network. They provide resources for local councillors who want to help resist the increase in immigration raids in their area, raids this government has been shamelessly ramping up. To take their work and turn it into support for the hostile immigration practices they are so against is doing them a huge disservice. This amendment describes the government's actions as resisting the hostile practices of the previous governments, but I don't think that really adds up. So I'd like my Labour colleagues to, as individuals, to think, do they really support all the actions their government has taken on immigration over the last 2 years? Are they in favour of forcing refugees to pay £10,000 before they can apply for settlements, taking money from already struggling people and holding their safety and security ransom for the sake of cruelty theatre? Do they think it's right that asylum appeals will no longer be held by legal experts, instead being replaced with unqualified adjudicators? Would any of them like to voice their support for confiscating the jewellery and valuables from people entering this country to cover processing fees? And are they happy with army bases being used to house asylum seekers? I know Councillor Sankey loves to misrepresent our position on this, but as someone who's actually stayed overnight in the Kruger Army Camp when I was younger, I really don't believe those places are even remotely suitable as accommodation. The government has bragged about its immigration enforcement levels being the highest in the UK history, with raids close to doubling since they came into power. Is that a statistic people on the other side of this chamber feel proud of? Labour has been chasing reform on immigration policy for years now. Rather than making a positive case for immigration, as the former PM once promised he would, instead right-wing policies have been promoted and popularised, and all it has done is endorsed the hateful rhetoric they have been spreading. With the previous Home Secretary still in place, it seems unlikely any of this is going to change. So I'll ask again, are these things my colleagues are on board with? Do they think these policies sound like resisting hostile practices? And would they be happy to go out into their communities and loudly voice their support and defend these policies to the people they affect the most? If so, they should go ahead and vote this amendment, as that's effectively what it's doing. If not, vote it down, support our original motion, and let our council make sure it has no involvement whatsoever in these shameful, hostile practices.
I will now put... Oh no, sorry. Councillor Ahmed, would you like to respond to the debate?
Yeah, thank you. And it's been a quite lively debate for my first nom. I'm really disappointed that this is being blocked by Labour, but I want to thank people, the councillors who have spoke, particularly Councillor Sankey, both for her contribution in this debate, and I know the wider work she's done to improve the lives of migrants in Brighton and Hove. It is always the case that we could do more to protect and support our migrant communities, which is why I'm disappointed that Labour has blocked, that the Labour amendments just totally negate, as Councillor Earthy has pointed out, from what we were trying to do, which was to resist hostile environment policy. I'm really glad that the Labour government has done some steps to improve the immigration system in this country. She mentioned scrapping the Rwanda deportation scheme. But this motion is about transparency, accountability, and ensuring that all members of our community can feel safe accessing council services. These amendments make clear that there are apparently no data sharing or service agreements with the Home Office. Should this be the case, I would be pleased. And this motion asks for clarity to ensure that there is a clear firewall between all council services and Home Office immigration enforcement. If we are serious about being a city of sanctuary, we must do more than celebrate our values. We must put them into practice.
I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any of those wishing to abstain? I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? And all those wishing to abstain? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Item 31 concerns the notice of motion on net zero and climate adaptation in Brighton and Hove. I will now call on Councillor Rokins to introduce the notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm very proud of the leadership this administration has shown on the climate policy. Solar panels going up on roofs around the city every single week, energy efficiency improvements across our housing stock with 90% now at EPCC or above, improvements being made in the private rental sector as a result of our landlord licensing scheme, a clearly defined set of high-impact decarbonisation projects across energy, heat and transport, with plans progressing to fund and deliver the millions of pounds of funding going into nature recovery work on the South Downs over the coming years, nation-leading EV charging, and central government pointing to Brighton and Hove as an example of how to do circular economy. But we have to be honest. There is not a city or a region or a nation on Earth that has fully adapted not just to the climate of the future, but the climate of the here and now. Only a few weeks ago, a new record for the highest UK temperature in the month of June was set, 37.3 degrees. That broke the record set only 24 hours earlier, 36.7 degrees, on the Thursday, which itself had broken the record set just the day before that. 3 June records, 3 days in a row. Now, it is a fact that the world is heating up. The UK has been, on average, 1.3 degrees warmer during the last decade compared to the late 20th century. But it's the extremes that are even more alarming. Here in the southeast, the average hottest day is now 4.5 degrees hotter than it was just a few decades ago. Daily life is now bending around the reality of a changing climate. Schools sending children home, transport and public services disrupted, and people's health impacted. Indeed, during the recent extreme heat in June, as we heard earlier, we took the decision to cut our refuse and recycling rounds short for several days in order to protect our staff from the high temperatures. Increasingly, interestingly, there's a code of practice that covers workplace temperatures, but it dates back to 1992, when, of course, extreme heat was much lower down the agenda. Consequently, it includes clear guidance on minimum workplace temperatures, but no maximum. The much more regular heat waves we experience today means that we do now need to consider maximum temperatures, and I'm pleased to see that the government has confirmed that the Health and Safety Executive is reviewing the Code of Practice and will certainly be responding to the upcoming consultation. Here in Brighton and Hove, we're certainly not starting from scratch on heat. The Council has already conducted a climate risk and vulnerability assessment, and there are clear actions in our climate and nature action plan, including urban cooling, tree planting, ensuring overheating of buildings is covered in our retrofit plans, water efficiency, drought tolerance, and so on. But we're asking the question, what more can we do to protect our residents from the extreme heat that is now baked into our lives? Do we need to refine, develop, and add to the work we've done to date? And do we need to coordinate better with key partners in the city during episodes of such extreme heat? This motion seeks not only to answer these questions, but to begin progressing the necessary steps to ensure that we're prepared for this new normal we find ourselves stepping into. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Oaken. I now call on Councillor Winder to second the notice of motion. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to be seconding this notice of motion, which acknowledges the increasing impact of climate change on our city and on vulnerable residents. Many households are forced to live in very small homes or apartments with balconies that have little local access to parks or green spaces. They may also live in areas of the city where the cooling effect of tree cover and green spaces is extremely limited. These areas contribute to the urban heat island effect, where natural land cover is replaced by pavements, buildings, and other dark surfaces which absorb the heat of the sun and create hotspots of heat concentration. It is increasingly important that more trees are planted and strategically established areas throughout our city to help mitigate the impact of climate change. Our recently published Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment and Adaptation Action Plan report will contribute to a long-term plan which reinforces our resilience to the impacts of climate change and enables us to use data to support our commitment to tree planting, mapping cool spaces, and promoting drinking fountain locations. By taking action now, we will sustain and support our residents, our visitors, and our local businesses, protecting the interests of our city and our future. Please support this notice of motion as it stands to bring a clear focus to our city infrastructure planning and shading strategies, a pathway which recognises that we are in uncharted waters, but has placed the well-being of all our communities at its heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I note that there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Hill. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Anti-net zero politicians like Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch are quick to exploit public anger over a lack of preparation for extreme heat, using it to advance their own agenda and weaken support for climate action more broadly. Given the Met Office estimations that around 2,700 people are thought to have died from heat-related causes during the recent heat wave, it's important that we recognise that this is something that has been used as a playbook by politicians using this to attack net zero. It's been used in Spain, it's being used by Trump currently to use tariffs against Canada, and it's something which is a false comparative, a false trade-off. So that's something that we ultimately should work together towards to reject, which I think this motion does correctly recognise that the two things should come together. So despite the partisan approach that we saw before to the extreme heat motion, I hope we can send a collective message here today. We must adapt to the climate emergency as well as reach net zero emissions as fast as possible. And I fully support recommendations in this motion, such as setting up of a heatwave partnership, as well as the comments that we heard about from Councillor Winder about the importance of street trees. Look, our view is simple. You can't, this amendment that we're bringing recognises that you can't both say that we're living in a climate emergency, you can't say that net zero is a top priority of us, and then also be part of a government that is looking potentially like they're likely to issue licences to the Rosebank and Jackdaw oil field developments. So our amendment requests that the council leader writes to the Secretary of State for Net Zero and Energy Security, Mia Van Buller, asking her not to issue licences to those oil field developments. The councillors of all parties and none, I think you should use this as an opportunity to speak out about this. Andy, don't burn him is the tagline of the campaign. News reports are indicating that the government's going to move forward on this, despite the fact that we know that it's wholly incompatible with keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees, which is the internationally agreed limit for avoiding the worst impacts of climate breakdown. But the fossil fuel industry, along with Conservatives, Reform UK, and in fact sections of the Labour Party and some trade unions, are lobbying the new government to approve Rosebank and Jackdaw and to give them the go-ahead, even though it's been estimated that the Jackdaw gas field would only create 27 direct full-time jobs and would only meet a very tiny fraction of the current gas that our country produces. Largely it will go overseas to create profit for private shareholders, which is why Trump is speaking about it, because he doesn't care about the local energy security of our country, but he does want to care about billionaire profit, and that's something which this would be giving into. Thank you.
Councillor Sykes, do you want to second the amendment?
Yeah, well, Madam Mayor, and I'll do that now. But first of all, with a constitutional hat on, I do notice that this notice of motion appears to have some substantive actions in terms of requests to officers, and I just get the feeling that if this had been a green notice of motion, it probably would have been rejected. But so the notice of motion is supposed to be declaratory. This appears to be a little bit more than that. Anyway, as suggested by my colleague, there seems to be there's a bit of cognitive dissonance here. Starting with the non-title, which is attractively general, while the substantive ask is about a very specific subtopic. I'm going to focus a bit more on the general points. We recognise the work's being done as set out by Councillor Rokins. I probably recognise in particular the passion and knowledge that Councillor Rokins brings to this. And we've recognised the practical actions that have been taken by the council on EV charging, the energy efficiency, all that kind of stuff. But in terms of the planning, I wonder. Lots of claims are made, but communication seems to be very important, and on climate resilience and adaptation in particular. And we do wonder how deep these aims really do run in Labour. So sort of going into the planning on resilience in particular, we've got the 2026 Climate and Nature Action Plan, and there's no reference at all to a predecessor plan, which wasn't very long before that, in November 2023 Climate Adaptation Action Plan. There's no review of that previous plan. So this is a frame shift to the right in terms of planning and in terms of ambition. Key actions have disappeared, for example, around the creation of a council-led programme for adaptation and the development of a climate adaptation toolkit for businesses. And so what you end up with, the risk is that you end up with a series of glossy reports that are well-meaning, but with limited action, I think in particular on adaptation and resilience. And at a national level, the Climate Change Committee said in April 25 that the government's approach on adaptation is not working, and none of the 46 tracked actions were scored as good. On the specific local actions around addressing the challenge of urban heat impacts, this, of course, complements our own notice of motion, which was rejected by Labour, a bit churlish. But this, especially on looking for local cool hubs, this is the background of diminishing council assets, which are used for cool and warm hubs. That's obviously something we have to bear in mind and maybe plan for. And on the rejection of our motion, I was particularly surprised that Labour weren't interested in the TUC Too Hot to Work campaign. My colleague, Councillor Hills, talked about the mitigation dissonance here, and on mitigation nationally. Climate Change Committee reported last month that we're going to miss our carbon targets. We're lagging on electrification, agriculture and heating. I'd look at a website called oilprice.com, because that's quite interesting at the moment, and they're celebrating the incoming Prime Minister, who's going to announce new drilling, as Ralph talked about. There's massive cognitive dissonance between what we're talking about locally and national Labour policy.
Councillor Sykes, you've reached time, thank you.
Okay, well, yeah, I call on environmentalists in the Chamber to support our amendment. Thanks.
So we're now going to move to the general debate. I have Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Net zero and climate change are two very different things. Climate change means different things for different people, and I'm quite proud that it's different for me. For me, it means very little. In 1970, scientists said we would be in an ice age. I wonder if they're around to comment on that today. Modern doomsdayers have been predicting climate and environmental disasters since the 1960s, and they continue to do that today and here in this chamber. While predictions have been and continue to be enthusiastically reported by media, the failures never are. So it was it was 5 degrees hotter when the Romans ruled Britain than it is today. And Gordon Brown, do you remember Gordon Brown said we had fewer than 50 days to save our planet from catastrophe. Well, he's no longer around either. The only sensible piece in this whole notice of motion is the tongue-in-cheek bullet point suggesting that the council look at creating cool spaces. In the winter, the council looked at creating warm spaces, and libraries were mentioned. Oh, hang on. We closed the libraries, didn't we? Yeah. And we cut hours in our larger libraries. So my question would be, how much is this going to cost for the Heatwave Partnership for 3 days of extreme heat? And is it budgeted for? It seems a little odd to me because more and more people die of the cold than the heat in this country because we have 9 months of winter, 3 months of summer if we're lucky. It's not every year we have hot weather like this, and I believe many agree with me on that point. And the whole being that they pay thousands to go abroad to somewhere hotter, like Spain or France, for their holidays. So as far as I'm concerned, this notice of motion is a nothing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hardly surprisingly, we do support this NOM, because, given our previous statements. However, we are going to dwell on just a little bit of detail. I've been rather thrown by Councillor Meadows. I think she rather blurs the distinction between climate volatility and climate change. If ever you want to attend a seminar where I'll explain the difference, I'm welcome to it. Unfortunately, probably going to make me out of time. I asked earlier on, will summer become the new winter? What that actually means, and I'm going to dwell on this, it means the grid's peak load moving from summer to winter. Under the old seasonal pattern, summer was used for the maintenance of power stations and grid infrastructure. Gas storage facilities, of which the UK has none of note, filled up with cheap gas for the winter. But summer becoming the new winter will be a short-term catastrophe. Electricity demand for cooling will rocket, causing the need for extra generation capacity. Short-term, that means gas-fired generation, which reverses net zero, increases emissions and raises gas prices. The recent distress signals sent out by the National Grid, which made the press, are not trivial. So what is the point I'm trying to make? The rapid expansion in solar and wind has not been accompanied by an equivalent rise in battery storage and grid capacity. So the rather self-congratulatory first note in the NOM omits any mention of matching battery storage. So on a hot sunny day, all of the city's large-scale solar PV will do is dump more surplus electricity into an already overstretched distribution network. And before you ask, no, I am not contradicting myself. Why aren't I? It's because there is a mismatch of several hours between peak solar generation and maximum cooling load. Solar PV generation is well past its maximum output by the time cooling load rises to its peak. This is not starvation in the midst of plenty. It's a fact that the two peaks do not coincide, and the grid itself can move from excess supply to dire shortage in a matter of minutes. So only adequate capacities of battery storage can resolve the mismatch. So we really would like to have seen this NOM say or mention battery storage in the same breath as solar PV, because the two need to move in lockstep. Of course, if you read the Saltine decarbonisation plan, which apparently is the only plan of its type in the city that's independent of the city's own one, you will see that we too talk about large-scale rooftop solar PV across residential and commercial properties. The difference is our solar PV programme marches in lockstep with battery storage. Our maxim is there's no such thing as surplus electricity. So we always try to meet local demand, charge our batteries, energise EV, and export to local communities, helping some of them fight energy poverty. So we have no intent whatsoever to export electricity above the level of the primary substation and contribute to distribution woes. We'll export between them, and certainly no higher. So really the mention of battery storage does lead us to wonder how the city's net zero plan intends to meet the painful challenges faced by UK power networks and the rest of the grid. And indeed, all applicants to the Strategic Energy Partnership will spot this immediately. So let's make sure that we lobby...
You've reached your time. Thank you.
Let's make sure we don't make this work locally. Thank you.
Councillor Okins, do you wish to respond to the debate? Thank you.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to respond to, though, isn't it? I mean, that was a spectacular, good old-fashioned bit of climate denial coming from that side of the chamber. I mean, the comments earlier that just because there was a heat wave in 1976 we shouldn't be worried is truly astonishing. The claim about the Romans and 5 degrees hotter is just nonsense. So, yeah, there's a lot to take in there. Coming back to Councillor Sykes, you mentioned about strategies and actions and all that kind of thing. This is exactly what this NOM is seeking to address, really, which is to look at the work that does exist, the action plans and strategies, identify the gaps and look at what more we need to be doing on heat specifically, and ask the question, do we need a standalone action plan focused on heat? And obviously the Heat Resilience Partnership work with other stakeholders would really help with that. You mentioned the TUC campaign. Look, we may well end up looking at that as part of this. The key point is I want to look at this holistically. Like, what have we got so far? Where are the gaps and where do we need to go? I don't want to get too tied up at this point on let's do this specific thing and this specific thing. Let's look at it in the round and really make sure that we're following the evidence and everything. Batteries and storage, completely agree. I would like to see a lot more talk of that. I was actually reading a new paper on that just recently on really quite innovative ways that energy storage is being done around the world, and I think there's a lot of learning there. Just briefly on the amendment that's been proposed by the Green Group, I think we just need to steel ourselves here and remind ourselves that the reports relating to potential further drilling in the North Sea for oil and gas are entirely speculative, and we've seen plenty of these speculative reports relating to the new government turning out to be absolute fantasy within days. So let's just keep that in mind. I think members in this chamber will be very well aware of our commitment in this administration to a future powered by clean energy. I've certainly made representations to government in the past on that, and I'll continue to do so if necessary. So we won't be accepting the amendment, and I encourage everyone's support for our NOM as proposed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rokin. I will now put the Green Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the amendment has been lost. I will now put the original motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands of all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion has been carried. Item 32 concerns the notice of motion on seafront safety and investment. I will now call on Councillor Grimshaw to introduce the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am proud to stand before you today to propose this motion. This motion rightly recognises the dedicated and highly professional service delivered by the RNLI and our seafront office team. Our beaches are the lifeblood of our tourist economy. Indeed, it was the sea itself that gave rise to the development of our city, from Dr. Richard Russell's pioneering seawater cure through to the influx of visitors that helped shape Brighton and Hove into the city that we know today. Our coastline is award-winning, it is beautiful, it is iconic and enjoyed by millions every year. But the sea, for all its beauty, also carries risks. Every day, our teams work with unwavering dedication to ensure that residents and visitors alike can enjoy our seafront as safely as possible. They provide a frontline emergency service that, like our ambulance crews, police officers, armed forces, carries enormous responsibility. They witness tragedy, respond to emergencies and make life-changing decisions in moments. That takes its toll, yet they continue to serve with professionalism, compassion and commitment, which is second to none. Earlier this week, I saw a video online that genuinely shocked me. It showed 3 RNLI volunteers manning a fundraising stall. A man approached them uninvited. He began filming and branded them traitors. He berated them simply because they rescue people in the channel. I will not repeat the rest of his unpleasant commentary, but it was some of the most uncomfortable viewing I have ever seen. These RNLI volunteers deserve neither abuse nor intimidation. They deserve our respect, our gratitude and our thanks. They willingly put themselves in harm's way to save the lives of complete strangers. They do so with courage, with dignity, and without asking who someone is and where they come from, or how they came to be in danger. They simply answer the call to save life. This motion recognises our vibrant, award-winning beaches, whilst acknowledging that seafront safety must always remain paramount. It accepts that despite every precaution, tragedies do occur, and it rightly condemns the shameful and wholly undeserved criticism directed towards those whose sole purpose is to save lives. It also celebrates the return of the seafront patrol boat and recognises that our work is never complete. We must continue to review our services, listening well to feedback from those who do the role and learn from experience and strive constantly to improve. The latest investment in improved CCTV, enhanced lighting and other safety measures demonstrates that commitment. This motion welcomes continued investment in our iconic seafront and reaffirms our determination to maintain the blue flag status of our accredited beaches. These are our beaches. We cherish them, we enjoy them, and we celebrate everything they bring to our city. And we do so knowing that every single day, the Seafront Office team and the RNLI stand watch, ever vigilant, highly trained, and always ready to respond when the worst happens. Their years of training, experience, and selfless dedication save lives. For their service, for their courage, and for their unwavering commitment to our city and its visitors, I offer them my sincere thanks. The measure of a community is not only how it enjoys its greatest assets, but how it values those who keep us safe while we do so. Today, through this motion, we have the opportunity to show that Brighton and Hove values them. I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Dinsmore. I call on Councillor Earthy to second the motion. You have 3 minutes.
I'll reserve the right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now move to the general debate. Do I have a green? Councillor Pickett.
Thanks, Chair. Witnessing the masses of visitors getting off the train and trailing down to the seafront, it takes little to recognise the draw of the waterfront remains a great attraction. The sea is of course central, but so too are the local businesses, leisure activities, cafes and entertainments that make the seafront area so historically inviting and accessible. But with that popularity comes responsibility. Seafront safety must remain a paramount concern for all of us. Many residents have a keen respect and understanding of the changeability of the sea that must always be properly regarded in order to stay safe. Unfortunately, we have some visitors who haven't fully realised this, and sadly this year we've had a number of truly tragic incidents and deaths that serve as a stark reminder of the risks posed. The sea is beautiful and fun, but it can also be unpredictable and dangerous, particularly at night. That is why the work of those who protect life along our coastline is so important. Every day, marine emergency services, including the RNLI, the Coast Guard and lifeguards, are out often in difficult and challenging conditions to save others. Their focus is and continues to be the preservation of life, and they will help anyone in distress regardless of who they are, where they come from, or how they came to be in danger. A truly admirable outlook, and shame on those who have criticised organisations for saving what some have called illegal immigrants. More positively, I would like to mention the Council Seafront team. Their dedication often goes unseen, but it makes a real difference to visitors and residents alike. Also, our licensing team, who, working alongside the police licensing enforcement team, ensure that many bars and pubs are all operating in the best safety interests of their guests.
Having been on an Operation Marble Night action, it was interesting to see just behind the scenes just what happens. For example, witnessing door security checking on inebriated, lone and vulnerable youngsters, stopping them potentially going into the sea, and even calling them a taxi to get home. It was heartwarming to witness. Finally, I think we all welcome further investment for our iconic seafront. Much has already been realised, and clearly without the I-360, none of the work to the already completed arches along that section of the promenade would have been achieved. We look forward to what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The Conservative group were going to put forward a nom on this topic. We generally support the Labour nom, although it is a hodgepodge, in my opinion, of resolutions. The recent tragedies of those that have lost their lives, the recent drownings, we send out our deepest condolences to the families involved. We applaud the round-the-clock bravery of our emergency services, in particular the staff and volunteers of the RNLI, HM Coast Guard and the Council's own seafront team. There has been a profound concern raised by volunteers regarding the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency's decision to remove the allowance for HM Coast Guard volunteer rescue teams from September this year, which would have severely weakened the very rescue infrastructure that stands between life and death. On this occasion, we are pleased to note that the Labour government have undertaken another U-turn and that common sense has prevailed. The proposal to remove the hourly call-out and training allowance would have resulted in shrinking the pool of trained volunteers. This proposal was met with strong opposition from Coast Guard rescue officers, the GMB union and MPs from all parties. Thank you.
That's Councillor Hove. Did you want to speak now? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you too to the Labour Group for opportunity to co-propose this nom. As this nom is really self-explanatory, I'm only going to dwell on 2 points. Firstly, of course, we welcome further investment in our seafront set out in the development prospectus. We must express our gratitude to officers for securing the extra funding to restore our iconic arches. But more important for swimmers, the city has several blue flag beaches. Rottingdean is the latest blue flag bearer thanks to the hard work of local residents groups, the parish council and officers. However, we must accept that there are very strict conditions need to be met to maintain blue flag status, including clear signage, enforcement of restrictions and maintaining general cleanliness. Meeting these conditions isn't cheap, especially when starting from a less than optimal base. As blue flag status is much easier to lose than gain, I ask the Labour administration to budget accordingly. Now, our sea can be very dangerous, obviously, as recent sad events attest. Ensuring bather safety is another blue flag requirement, which segues rather neatly to my second point, which is about the vital role of the RNLI in protecting lives. Founded in 1824, the RNLI is an independent charity and not part of UK government. It gets its income from public donations, legacies, membership subscriptions and shops, and not from central or local taxation. All its lifeboat crews are volunteers and have undergone extensive training. They go out in appalling weathers, risking their lives without hesitation to save others. Sadly, around 600 crew have made the ultimate sacrifice over 200 years of the RNI's existence. The RNI is an emergency service. It rescues people irrespective of their ethnicity, origins, culture, religion and reasons for being in the water. It has a duty to return the rescued people to a place of safety in keeping with our emergency services. So this makes the following very hard to say. To their eternal shame, there are some people who accuse the RNLI of acting as a water taxi service for immigrants. Some RNLI staff have even received hate mail to this effect. What are the lifeboat crews supposed to do? Let people drown? It's unbelievable. I hope you will all join me in condemning this unconscionable accusation without equivocation. We are a civilized society. We do not let people drown because they are seeking sanctuary. Setting out by boat is often their only route to the UK. Many suffer unimaginable trauma and sometimes death drifting at sea for days. So just ask the hate mailers, do you risk your life to save another? And I bet you'll be met with stony silence. Equally distressing is a need to retrieve people from the water who have simply fallen in by accident or misadventure. Picking up the pieces following such a tragedy is very hard on the lifeboat crew and from staff from all supporting organisations. So I hope this non-passes unanimously, as it seeks to thank staff from all our marine and seafront services and ensure adequate investment in them. So in conclusion, whether you have any issues with seafront perspectives, mission immigrants, asylum seekers or whatever, I say to everybody, not just this chamber, but to everybody, please set politics aside. When people get into difficulty, they want to be handed a lifeline, not a manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Irving. Councillor Grimshaw, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Hill.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hill.
Sorry, I'll keep this brief. Yeah, firstly to echo points that have been made previously, and it is deeply disturbing to hear the lack of empathy towards people in small boats in particular, and the treatment of RNLI volunteers who will always deserve our respect. And it's a sad place that we find ourselves where saving lives at sea is controversial. I think that lack of empathy towards people is something that is, in a sense, taught by people wanting often to sell a product, be that a newspaper, a YouTube channel, or keeping someone on a social media platform by designing an algorithm that keeps people on there by enraging them. So I think it's something where we should come together as a council to be clear in our support for the RNLI on this and to protect lives at sea more broadly. I'd also just asked in future that we bear in mind that notices of motion don't have to be just two groups. We could have, from what it sounds like, had every group actually co-propose this. So this is something that's happened in the past, so I think it's a shame that seems to have sort of fallen out of favour. So I just ask this is considered in future. We know that with extreme heat being more common, that will lead to more people coming down from London, and often when you're very hot, people often think, oh, well, I'll just run into the sea. And that's obviously very dangerous because of things like shock that your body can go into. So I think there's important public safety messaging that we need to be doing, working with other local authorities around this to protect lives. And that's something that needs to start, at a young age in school. I'll add also that although it's separate to the seafront, the fire and rescue service also helps people, save people from drowning in other areas, but it lacks a statutory responsibility and as a result funding for that. So I've asked for this to be something that the strategic authority considers because they'll take responsibility for that in future. But I don't feel like I've yet got a concrete answer when I've asked questions about this, including to the council leader in a written question to this meeting. And I was glad to hear from Conservative members about the government U-turn on the Coast Guard infrastructure. So yeah, as mentioned before, we'll be supporting this motion, and thanks to Councillor Grimshaw and Earthy for bringing this.
Thank you, Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. I am extremely pleased, as with Councillor Hill there, to see the general consensus that reflects the value and the worth and the dedication that this non reflects in consideration of our seafront team and our RNLI and our marine services. I'm hugely pleased that Councillor Lyons acknowledged the decision by the Labour government to not proceed with the cuts for volunteer expenses, and thank you for acknowledging that. It is wonderful to end this full council with what I hope will be a full cross-party support for this motion. We are celebrating and rejoicing in the very best of us who put others before themselves on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grimshaw. I will now put the motion to the vote. Can I ask for those hands, all those in favour? Well, that looks like it's unanimous. Well done. And I can confirm that the motion has been carried. Thank you. And thank you. That concludes the business for this evening. And I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you.